This is CBS News Chicago.
Right now at 4, the final day of the Democratic National Convention. Vice President Kamala Harris is set to make history as the first woman of color to accept a major party's nomination for president.
And I'm Chris Ty. We are behind the scenes of the run-through to give you an early look at who's taken the main stage on the final night of the DNC.
From politics to protest, we are on the ground as Chicago police prepare for one final night of demonstrations.
CBS News Chicago is your convention headquarters, covering all the can't-miss moments and the action behind the scenes. Good afternoon on this final day of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. I'm Marie Saavedra.
And I'm Jim Williams, live from the CBS News Chicago studio in the Loop.
Hello from the United Center. I'm Joe Donlon.
And I'm Irika Sargent. A lot of buzz about the big entertainers set for the evening.
The Chicks are scheduled to perform the national anthem. Pink did a sound check a short time ago, and there are rumors of some even bigger names to surprise.
Oh, yes, we are hearing big names. We can't reveal those yet, but plenty of politics, too. Former Illinois Congressman and former Republican Adam Kinzinger is set to speak, along with Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Senator Mark Kelly, considered as a running mate for Harris, takes the stage, as well as his wife, former Congresswoman and gun violence survivor Gabby Giffords.
Right now, protesters are gathering to make their voices heard on this final day of the DNC. We have a live picture for you from Union Park, not far from us here at the United Center. The coalition to march on the DNC, expecting thousands of demonstrators to take to the streets around 6:30 this evening, just before the vice president speaks.
As Vice President Kamala Harris prepares to accept her party's nomination for president, a group of pro-Palestinian uncommitted delegates has organized a sit-in just outside the United Center. The group says their request to speak at the DNC this week was denied.
Andrew Ramos outside the United Center. He spoke with those delegates who say they are waiting for party leadership to change their minds. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, Joe and Erica. Well, this group of uncommitted delegates began their sit-in just about 24 hours ago. That's when they got official notice from party leadership that they will not be allowed to take part in DNC activities on stage. And it's a decision that they are calling unacceptable and undemocratic.
The exclusion of a Palestinian American from the stage felt so deeply offensive, so deeply shocking, that it left us stunned.
Abbas Alawi is part of a group of 30 uncommitted delegates from across the country sent to the Democratic National Convention by an overwhelming number of voters who voted uncommitted in the primaries as part of an internal party protest against the United States' support of Israel. Their goal while in Chicago was to shed light on necessary policy changes that address U.S. funding to support Israel in the war in Gaza. They are also calling for a ceasefire in addition to getting a pro-Palestinian voice on stage, especially after the family of an Israeli American kidnapped by Hamas was given time to speak. But late Wednesday, they learned it wasn't going to happen.
We got a call last night saying the answer is no. When we asked why, they said the answer is no. And we think excluding a Palestinian American from the stage would be a silencing, an exclusion that is not in line with who we are as Democrats.
What does it mean to be human in this moment?
Many supporters of the uncommitted delegate movement continue to push back at the party's decision at back-to-back events at McCormick Place. As time is running out, they say the Democrats are missing out on an opportunity to bring the party together, something that could be pivotal come November.
It's wrong on so many levels, and enough is enough. So we'll do whatever it takes to make sure that our voices are heard.
Now, we did reach out to both the Harris campaign as well as the DNC officials, who both say they have had plenty of engagement with this group of uncommitted delegates over the past couple of months, but they would not specify as to why they're not welcomed on stage. Now, as far as these delegates are concerned, they say they have no plans on leaving until they hear directly from party leadership. That's the latest from here outside the United Center. Andrew Ramos, CBS News Chicago.
All right, Andrew, thank you.
Let's turn now to the convention itself. The final night, of course, always the big night, that's for sure.
Right, but besides the headliner, Vice President Kamala Harris, of course, we are hearing about another big name who will take the stage. Political reporter Chris Ty is live on the floor of the DNC for us. Chris.
That's right, Joe and Erica. The feeling down here is one of history and mystery. History, of course. We have the first African-American female accepting her party's nomination tonight. The mystery is, sources telling me there are some very big names that have not been publicly revealed yet, and they have not made their way out here for a sound check that just wrapped up on the stage behind me. I do want to play for you, though, one famous voice that you may recognize who will be here tonight. What About Us? You know the song, and there in the black hat is Pink. She will be performing in prime time tonight. She was part of the star-studded sound check today. We also saw D.L. Hughley and Al Sharpton. As we only have one more night left, it might be an appropriate time to say, how has Chicago done? How has the DNC rolled out? Number one, the caliber of the stagecraft here. The speakers, you're talking about the Obamas and Oprah Winfrey and other major names, Joe Biden, Bill Clinton. The music, the lighting, the sound, the run of show, very strong reviews, even from some tough critics. Now, there is a much harsher grade, though, coming for one major component that they still have to contend with, and that is run of show, the speed with which things are flowing. Joe Biden on night one did not start speaking until 11:30 in the Eastern time zone. From a television perspective, that is way too late, insiders say, and so tonight they're trying to tighten things up to make sure Kamala Harris doesn't fall into that same situation. Then there are sort of the unknowns in Chicago. The weather has been flawless to run something like this. You could almost say unimprovable weather in Chicago. Number two, you talk about the protests. Yes, there have been protests, but things have been largely kept under control, and there has been no migrant busing coming in from Texas, no major unknowns to talk about. Coming back here live now to the floor of the Democratic Convention, that is the California delegation. They are front and center. Kamala Harris will see her home state right down to the right, and as you can see, there is a lot of media attention, a lot of folks. You see a lot of people dressed in white. These are largely women in her sorority that are all sort of in a uniform color tonight to signal their support for Kamala Harris. On night four, as she takes center stage, we have not seen her come here through sound check, and again, we should underline, there is a feeling on this floor that there are some massive names, and I'm not going to name them because we don't have it confirmed, but the largest names in entertainment, and considering we've already seen Oprah Winfrey, that's a very small sphere of names to consider. But we'll be here tonight. Keep it up to date all throughout the evening, and if we get anything more on that show, and Erica will, of course, pass it along.
All right. Thanks for the tease, Chris. I mean, we all know, right, the names we're hearing.
It's Carrot Top, right?
It's Carrot Top.
Only you want to say Carrot Top.
I thought it was Carrot Top.
Let's bring in our political analyst, former Alderman Leslie Harrison and former head of the Illinois GOP party and apparent fan club member for Carrot Top.
Man, you point out here, Erica.
Pat Brady.
Wait, before we start, these two were debating last night on our late news. We couldn't find them when our shuttle was leaving. They're down the hallway in a suite having a glass of wine.
Well, we're just talking. We work things out.
Tummy. We can clash on the air and then what? Have a glass of wine together afterwards.
That's what I said. I go, let's go. Yeah, it's not personal.
Which we didn't get to finish because we had to come meet you
We
all.
were waiting on you all.
I know.
Okay, let's get to the task at hand. First, let's talk about Kamala Harris, who will be, of course, the big speaker tonight. Leslie, starting with you, what do we need to hear from her tonight?
I think that we need to hear from her that it is time. That it is time for us to finally come together. And we've heard throughout the week, hope, we've heard freedom, we've heard joy. But I think she's going to wrap it all up in a nice bow and present it to us. The other thing that I would say is that she's going to talk to the independents in the room, or that are not in the room, and she's going to sell herself. She's going to tell them why it makes sense for them to vote for her.
Pat?
I agree with all that. I think she also needs to define the race on the 2 issues or 3 issues that she wants to run on. She doesn't want to get caught in the trick bag of running in the rough issues, immigration or inflation or things like that. Define the race as being abortion, looking forward. They're taking your freedoms away, which they've done a very effective job. She can really keep the momentum and define what this race is all about, because we've only got 70 days. And this, I think, the most important speech you're ever going to see at a convention.
And Pat, let me just reiterate that some of the women in white are part of the sorority, but the other is because of the women's suffrage movement that they were asked to wear white. So
can you get me into that party, by the way?
Right.
That's looking for another glass of wine.
Right. So this is about women. This is about our reproductive health.
Sure, freedom.
It's
about freedom.
And freedom. We will agree on that
today.
I
totally agree with you on that.
We'll give you 15 seconds each before we get out of here. You supported Kamala Harris the last time she ran. Can you believe what's happened between then and now?
This is amazing, but that just goes to show you anything can happen.
Pat?
Unbelievable 4 weeks. The Democrats have really kept it together, but we got to keep going. You got to keep working, because this right now, they need to get 5 or 6 points up in the national polls for her to win.
All right. Thank you both.
Well, we saw Pink do a sound check earlier. We talked a little bit about that. Eva Longoria is going to take the stage. We're going to say this now. Can I say this?
Well, let's couch it in rumors and rumblings.
Okay, let's just say. So, I mean, that's out there. The Beyonce talk, right?
We did hear a sound check, not with Beyonce, but with the band doing one of her songs.
The other is, let's just say, it sounds like Sailor Rift, right? See, now I didn't say it because we don't know for sure, but that's what's floating around.
That would be huge as
It's been interesting this week, though, because just about everyone who's been rumored to come through here actually did in the end. It'll be interesting to see if that happens tonight.
So many surprises.
All right, we have some other news out of the United Center. Police also investigating a report that a delegate was robbed in the West Loop. It happened near Wells and Randolph at about 2 o'clock Wednesday morning. Police say a man with a gun got out of a black SUV and demanded belongings from 3 people. Police Superintendent Larry Snelling would not go any more than that. However, police did release an alert for that area.
It seems the DNC may be scaring people away from downtown this week. Take a look at this video from one of our producers on Metro's BNSF line. Only a few commuters and tons of empty seats. We have numbers from Metro confirming ridership is much lower this week. On Monday, which is typically a slow day for Metro, there were 33% fewer riders than normal system-wide. On Tuesday, a weekday, when seats are usually full, Metro ridership dropped nearly 50% compared to previous 6 Tuesdays.
That's it for now from the United Center. Let's go back to Jim and Marie in the studio. We've been sort of locked in out here. I'm just curious, are you hearing any of these rumors?
Oh, we've heard Schmaler-Schmift, we've heard Fiance, we've heard, who else?
I don't
Just
know.
about everybody.
Chris put it on the table there in a way that makes me want to continue to tune in.
That's true. Schmalady la. Anyway, all right, we'll let you guys go. Thank you both. Meantime, there has been tight security in place in Arizona to protect former President Donald Trump today. You can see helicopters and snipers on patrol along the Mexican border. Trump made a campaign stop in front of the border wall where he pledged to toughen immigration policies.
With your vote, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and launch the largest deportation effort in American history.
Running mate J.D. Vance held an event today in the state of Georgia. Turning now to First Alert weather as we take a live look outside. What can we say? Another sunny, beautiful day today, but it's going to get dangerously hot in a hurry.
Chief Meteorologist Albert Ramon is in the First Alert Weather Center. It could feel like 100 degrees next week.
Ooh. So CPS kids go back Monday, right?
Yes.
And they're going to be dealing with some extreme heat and humidity. And it's possible that parts of the area could even be dealing with heat indices approaching, if not exceeding 105 by the time we head into Monday afternoon. So it's cool, it's crisp right now. The temperatures start to come up a little bit for tomorrow, but that's still average. 84 for Friday, no problem. Then here comes the heat, humidity. We're right around 90 this weekend. That humidity continues to build into Sunday. Could even spark up a couple of showers or thunderstorms Saturday night to early Sunday morning. But the 2 hot days we have, Monday and Tuesday, average for this time of the year, low 80s, will be in the mid 90s. And once we factor in that humidity, again, heat indices for sure above 100, but there is some data suggesting 105, if not higher, when it comes to heat indices early next week. Out there right now, we do have a little bit of ozone. That's why we're looking at some reduced visibility, some haze. It's 78 degrees. Great evening ahead. We'll talk much more about the weekend forecast here in just a few minutes.
Thanks, Albert.
Still ahead, it wasn't Oprah or Bill Clinton or Stevie Wonder who provided the biggest moment from night 3 of the DNC.
Today, everybody is talking about Tim Walz's son and his emotional reaction to his dad's big speech. Why that moment is sparking conversations about neurodivergent children.
Also ahead, freight trains across Canada have come to a full halt. We have details on a major work stoppage and the effect it could have here in the United States.
Welcome back. We have a live look over the convention hall right now, and we're all noticing, Erica, how much it's filling up and how early.
Right.
Because they know it's a big night here at the DNC. We know Kamala Harris accepts her nomination for the Democratic candidate for president just a matter of hours from right now, not to mention what else we may be in for. Harris and second gentleman Doug Emhoff have another milestone to celebrate tonight.
They do. It's their 10th wedding anniversary. He actually mentioned this earlier in his speech on one of the earlier nights of the DNC, and they helped put the campaign into a family focus.
And this was something we saw last night. This was one of the most talked about moments from the convention. The son of vice presidential nominee Tim Walz.
You could certainly see the emotion on his face there as he listened to his dad speak last night. Our Sade Gray shows us how the teen is helping people understand his condition.
Tearful cheers from 17-year-old Gus Walz as he watched his dad, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, address the convention. The 17-year-old yelled, "That's my dad," as he stood, tears streaming down his face and pointing to his dad. Walz calls his son's condition a secret power.
Neurodiversity in general is that very unique way that individuals learn and experience the world around them.
Amanda Timmerman is a speech-language pathologist at CST Academy. She says a neurodivergent person is a person on the autism spectrum or someone whose brain processes information in a way that is not typical of most individuals.
It depends on the child and it depends on the individual. Some individuals may be non-speaking, however, they have other modalities of communication that we really provide and strive to support them with.
Gus's parents disclosed to People magazine that their son has a nonverbal learning disorder, ADHD, and an anxiety disorder. Occupational therapist Samantha Duff wants people to know there's nothing wrong with being neurodivergent.
I think sometimes there's a stigma. We see families come to us and these kiddos have an autism diagnosis or ADHD. And there have been situations where maybe they've been told that something about their child needs to be fixed.
Duff says that's not true.
Their children are perfect the way that they are, and we're here to support them as a family with whatever they feel like is important for them.
Reporting in Lincoln Park, Sade Gray, CBS News, Chicago.
That was so powerful last night. I mean, just the raw emotion and the pure pride. I think as any parent, when you watch that and you think of your own children and at some point saying, as they point to you, that's my dad or that's my mom, it was a really special moment.
And I love that there's this awareness now, this willingness to understand his conditions and realize, as they call it, his superpowers.
Right.
So that's incredible. Well, Jim and Marie, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks so much.
We have an update on home sales.
And why a freight rail strike in Canada could cause big problems in the United States. Talks between Canada's top 2 railroads and union workers came to a screeching halt. A work stoppage has thousands of engineers, conductors, and dispatchers off the job. Industry experts estimate this historic event could wreak havoc on supply chains across North America.
Canada and the U.S. are tightly integrated, particularly in the auto industry. And in energy, a lot of the United States runs on Canadian oil, tar sands, other things. And a lot of what we consider American cars are actually assembled in Canada. And a 1-week one would be over $1 billion in terms of U.S. costs.
Canada sends about 78% of all of its exports to the U.S.
United Auto Workers held a rally today in Belvedere to protest against automaker Stellantis. The UAW says the automaker is going back on its promise to reopen its assembly plant there. Stellantis confirms that delay and warns the union can't go on strike because of it. The company blames market conditions, but says it remains fully behind its commitment to get that plant up and running.
Home sales in the U.S. have ended their 4-month downward trend. July figures show more homes on the market, giving buyers incentive to get out there and look. But the National Association of Realtors says despite a modest gain, sales are still sluggish.
Taking another live look outside, we are bracing for a heat wave about to move in just in time for the weekend. Let's check first alert weather with Chief Meteorologist Albert Ramon.
Yeah, that heat humidity builds, Marie and Jim, tomorrow into Saturday, Sunday, and will peak Monday into Tuesday of next week. Some relief by the middle part of next week. Live look outside, lots of sunshine, a little bit of haze as we have some ozone pollution that's elevated, but moderate air quality. Temperature still not bad tomorrow, 84 degrees, relatively low humidity, a dry day. Really going to feel the heat, really going to feel the humidity starting this weekend as we're right around 90 degrees for both Saturday and Sunday. There's still a chance for a couple of showers or storms. We're thinking the best chance of some passing showers and storms will come for your Saturday evening, Saturday night. So as you make your plans this weekend, after dark, a couple of showers and storms will be possible. And then there's the big headline for early next week. Mid-90s are in the forecast. We're talking about nearly 15 degrees above normal for this time of the year. And it's not just the heat, but the amount of moisture that we'll have in our atmosphere. And that's why we're focused in on at least the potential of having heat indices over parts of the area reach, if not exceed, 105 degrees. Still have some data to work out between now and then, but we're getting close to maybe issuing a weather alert because of that intense heat early next week. It's refreshing out there, though, right now, isn't it? Lake breeze. We've got temperatures in the 70s. Right now, it's 78 degrees here in Chicago, low 70s in Michigan City and Rensselaer, mid-70s in Kankakee, 74 for the current temperature. And McHenry, great evening ahead. We're stuck in the 70s through 9 o'clock, but humidity stays down. 69 degrees at 10 o'clock. Overnight, low 60s for the most part across Chicago, and then expect some 50s outside of the city, including maybe even some upper 40s and low 50s in northwest Indiana. Coolest readings northwest Indiana, south and southwest suburbs for tonight. Tomorrow, we're back in the 80s with a little bit more cloud cover. We'll call it partly cloudy. And then here's what's happening this weekend. Ridge of high pressure builds in. That high is going to be right on top of us by the early part of next week. And it's also going to transport a lot of Gulf of Mexico moisture. So again, it's not just the heat, it's the humidity that's going to be brutal. And we're keeping an eye on this because CPS students go back to school on Monday. And as we know, there are some schools that just don't have AC. Something we want to keep an eye on. So that's a look at the extended forecast. Not anything huge in the rainfall department, but we have at least a chance Saturday night and Sunday. We get a break from the heat. It appears late in the day Tuesday with a front coming in, and that will bring in some cooler air. Middle middle part of the week. Fingers crossed that front is a little ahead of schedule,
right,
and it brings a cooler down by Tuesday morning. But we'll keep an eye on that.
That'd be really nice.
Thanks, Albert.
Well, you might want to think twice about going so hard on the ham.
We'll tell you about a study linking red meat to a dangerous disease.
And just in time for fall, the FDA approves 2 new updated COVID vaccines. What you need to know to get your up-to-date shots.
And there's a reason they call this snail mail, how long it took for this postcard to arrive at its destination.
On the Health Watch, how do you feel about a robot in your doctor's office?
And get ready to roll up your sleeves again. You could get your new COVID-19 vaccination within days. Just hours ago, the FDA approved an updated vaccine available from both Pfizer and Moderna. It is designed to target the newest strains of the virus. The agency says shipping will begin immediately to make sure pharmacies, hospitals, and clinics nationwide have ample supplies. The CDC reports the number of people testing positive for COVID keeps rising.
Red meat may be contributing to higher colon cancer rates in people 50 years and younger. Researchers at Cleveland Clinic cite a significant surge in cases over the past few decades, most of them not linked to genetics. The scientists have identified certain molecules associated with red meat as the main drivers of the cancer. Sugar is also considered a possible factor. Well, more than half of Americans think artificial intelligence in the doctor's office is a scary thought. Most do see the value of AI in healthcare. In a new survey by The Ohio State University, 3 in 4 respondents said they believe AI can minimize human error. About 70% also think AI could be a useful tool to reduce wait times, and they're comfortable with AI taking notes during an appointment. Whoever said better late than never would love this story.
It is more than 100 years in the making. Take a look at this postcard from England. It was mailed back in 1903 but just arrived at the address last week. Yes, that's 121 years late. It was mailed to a Miss Lydia Davies, who remains a mystery woman. Seems not much is known about her, so there's a call out for anyone with information on her or the postcard's history. Wow. Our coverage from the final night of the DNC continues ahead at 4:30.
Up next, something surprising we've noticed during this week's demonstrations: protesters helping police keep the peace. What we know about these marshals who are working on keeping things from getting out of control.
And just because you can't get inside the United Center doesn't mean you have to miss the fun. Details on the DNC watch party happening tonight at Soldier Field.
This is CBS News Chicago.
Welcome back. It's the final night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago.
Joe and Erica are live for us at the United Center, where the delegates are already filling in for tonight's festivities. Hello to you both.
Hello, Jim and Marie. We are about an hour away from the start of day 4, the final day of this convention. The delegates are filing in, and despite denying a speaker from the uncommitted movement, the Harris campaign says it's not taking the Arab American vote for granted.
They insist they are committed to ending the conflict and advocating for a ceasefire in Gaza. We are also keeping an eye on protesters expected to march near the United Center this evening. We have a view from several of our crews out there. You can see right out here a line of police officers on bikes. We were following the protest just minutes ago, and we saw some sort of altercation. It didn't last long, but some sort of shoving match. And a prominent name out there, Vivek Ramaswamy, an entrepreneur who did run, dropping out of the presidential race, Republican side, in January 2024. We don't know the exact involvement of him and the group that he was with, but he was out there with the protesters and some sort of shoving match occurred. We're going to get more information. Our Charlie DeMar's not too far from there, and our Tara Molina also live in Union Park, where the demonstrators are gathering right now. Tara.
Erica and Joe, we're expecting a rally here right around 5 o'clock in Union Park for day 4 as the DNC wraps up here in Chicago. And then that rally at 5 is going to move into a march sometime around 6:30. This group is the Coalition to March the DNC. It's the exact same group that we were with on Monday, that we marched with on Monday. It's the largest group expected here for the DNC, except today I'm told that they're slightly smaller. Some folks that came in from out of town have gone home. They're representative of more than 200 organizations, and we caught up with a doctor from Chicago who actually traveled to Gaza twice, and with the lead organizer of this coalition earlier today. I want you to hear directly from them now.
I see a lot of parallels in the work that I do here in Chicago and the work that I did in Gaza. As an emergency doctor, all of the social evils and the social problems that we refuse to address end up at my front door. The same thing is happening in Gaza. I mean, the destruction of infrastructure, the fact that the United States is using money that could be used for our communities instead to bomb communities in Gaza is extremely frustrating and disheartening.
We felt like the Monday mobilization was great. We had close to 20,000 people in the streets, people, black and Latino and Asian and Native American and progressive white folks, all in unity.
Cook County has the largest Palestinian American population in the country with more than 18,000 people. And you just heard from Hatem Aboudeya, who leads the Palestinian American Coalition. He told me that while we could see, some agitation like you just saw leading into me, they're really emphasizing a peaceful day here today. They've got a number of people here meant to keep the peace outside of the hundreds of Chicago police officers who are here. And again, we're expecting a rally of thousands here around 5. And then they'll move into a march around 6:30. For now, I want to bring in CBS News investigator Dave Savini, who's noticed something interesting as we've continued to report on these protests throughout the week. Dave, I'm going to hand you the mic so folks can hear you.
Thank you, Tara. That's exactly right. Now, we're told that there were no arrests made yesterday at a march that started here at Union Park and that continued down the city streets to continue marching and rallying. One reason might be that the Chicago police got a little help from a special team of people. The Chicago Police Department says another team with a special set of eyes and hands helped to protect protesters during Wednesday's march. Watch as police try to stop this man who is hanging over the CTA's Damon Avenue elevated platform. It is a struggle that goes on for about 2 minutes as the man waving the flag refuses to let go. But it does not turn into an arrest or any use of force because while it was all happening, another man in a yellow safety vest arrives on the scene. He's a civilian and he gets involved. And then another man in a yellow vest also joins in. Again, they are not police, but they are trying to de-escalate the situation.
When someone was getting out of control, they would step in and help calm that down.
Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling says the Chicago Coalition for Justice in Palestine used its own members called CJP Marshals to help avoid arrests and defuse a variety of situations without police having to use force.
I don't like to necessarily say they work alongside police, but what they're doing is they are policing basically their own protest group.
The CJP Marshals then escort the man back to the march on the street.
They're making sure that people stay in line. If we ask them, hey, listen, the group is getting out of control, we need to get them back in line.
Police were able to exercise patience as the same protester tried again to head to the top of the L platform. That's Snelling standing next to a marshal. Also, marshals find people in the crowd who can help. And in this case, someone climbs up to get the protester down.
It reduces the risk of a confrontation between the police and protesters.
Now, there are other these kinds of teams with different processes, but they all have similar goals, and that's to protect First Amendment rights. Live from Union Park, Dave Savini, back to you, Joe and Erica.
All right, Dave, Tara, thank you both.
Well, it's filling up here at the United Center, and as we know, with all the buzz about what might happen tonight, it's a tough ticket for sure. And we know there are limitations, obviously not just because there are so many delegates and other invitees here, But, it's credentials, it's going through the Secret Service and all of that. So it's filling up already. Wish you could get a ticket probably to see at least the entertainment tonight.
They have a quasi-solution here. No worries. If you still want to soak it up, that moment, there is a way that you can do it. You're looking at a live picture of Soldier Field hosting a watch party. You still have to register online in advance, and the stadium's bag policy still applies, small, clear ones only. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is expected to be there and address the crowd after Harris's acceptance speech. So another option, not right here in the room, but watching it in another way on a big screen.
So you know what happens at these conventions? Right at the end, after the big speeches end, the balloons will steal the show. Thousands of them have been perched high atop the United Center ceiling all week. This tradition dates back to 1932 when Republicans unleashed the first balloon drop. Should be quite a picture. Just about 6 hours or so from right now, and we will bring it to you live right here on CBS News Chicago.
Right now, we head back into our street side studio at Washington and Dearborn with Jim and Marie.
Erica and Joe, thank you.
We want to take another live look outside. Gorgeous again today, but it will start heating up just as all of our visitors who enjoy this great weather head out of town.
Yes, Chief Meteorologist Albert Ramon is in the First Alert Weather Center with details on the heat wave.
It's going to feel nice tomorrow in the 80s, but we're right around 90 degrees and a lot more moisture and a lot more humid as we head towards this weekend. It only gets hotter from there as we head into early next week. So we're going to enjoy the 70s while we have them. Tonight into about tomorrow morning, that's going to be the coolest period for at least the next week. It's 78 at O'Hare, 76 Aurora, 74 in Morris. The evening looks fantastic once again. It's a little bit milder than the last couple of evenings, but still comfortable with low amounts of humidity. 72 at 8 o'clock. We drop into the upper 60s by 10 o'clock with just a couple of passing clouds. We'll be mostly clear here in the overnight. Here's a check of the forecast for the overnight. Temperatures falling into the low 50s in Aurora, 51 Kankakee. Mildest temperatures will be in the city across Cook County, upper 50s to near 60 degrees. As chilly tonight is 48 in Rensselaer. We'll talk about heat indices potentially approaching 105 by early next week, coming up in First Alert Weather.
Brian Baker here with sports.
Yeah, it's the last night of the DNC. The Bears have a busy night, too.
At least some of the Bears.
Okay.
Same goes for the Super Bowl champion Chiefs. We told you earlier this week that the Bears starters will not play in tonight's preseason finale in Kansas City. Second-year receiver Tyler Scott will likely see some game time. Our Matt Zahn caught up with Scott, who went on a recent paper chase that had nothing to do with money.
Tyler recently got your degree from the University of Cincinnati. You actually drove there from Canton after the Hall of Fame game. Why was that so important to you, and what was that experience like?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different reasons. I mean, first and foremost, I got drafted obviously a year ago, and the same day I got drafted, the same day my wife actually graduated from the University of Cincinnati. So I was able to experience that with her. You know, dropped her off, watched her walk the stage, and then got back home, got the call from Chicago, and it was a great day. A year later, I think I finished. When I came out, I had like 36 credits left, and I'm like, man, I think I can knock it out. Not for just myself, but also I think long-term for my kids. You know, I feel like it just sets a standard in the household. You know, mom got her degree, and then dad getting his degree. He was able to play in the NFL. You know, just being able to have a chance to, you know, live out my dream, but also, you know, finish school. And growing up, my parents always taught me, once you start something, you always finish. And so that's just something that I wanted to get done for not just me, but just for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah. How nice was it the Bears give you the chance to, you know, go separately, not come back with the team?
Yeah, no, it was cool. It was cool. You know, I told Coach Flus and actually Ryan Post had to be standing, you know, right there next to him when I was just, you know, asking for the okay to kind of go. I was like, well, kind of works out because we're going to be in Ohio playing in Canton. And I'm like, you know, graduation's the following day. We have an off day. So, you know, could I, you know, stay? And he's like, oh, of course.
How's this camp going for you in your second year? Obviously still trying to develop as a player, as we now have a crowded wide receiver room, trying to sort of find your place on the roster as well.
Yeah, no, I think it's going good. You know, for me, it's just trying to find a role, you know, fit in. Like I said, we have a lot of different players. It's a stacked room, but a lot of different players, if that makes sense, as far as the skill sets. And so I think that's good. You know, I think the front office did a great job of just building the room as far as just, you know, age. You look at just, you know, the oldest guy in the room to the youngest guy in the room to a rookie, and guys all in between. So I think it's just a great compliment of our room and just the guys that we have. For me, I think just, like I said, making the plays that come my way, when I get an opportunity to make them, and even showing up, in different ways where you may not be necessarily catching the ball all the time, because as a receiver, you play a pretty dependent position, but how can you show up in different, ways? And so I'm just trying to do those things as well. So whether that's special teams, blocking, all those different things, and then always just being assignment sharp, making sure that I can, leave the day into practice game with no missed assignments. And so I've taken, a lot of pride in that so far.
What's it like having veterans in that room like Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, to kind of be able to pick their brains?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's been huge. You know what I'm saying? You get to see how they operate, how they think. You get to take a little bit of who they are, because they're two different people, on the field and off the field. So you just get to take a little bit of, each person, even the other guys around there. You have other vets like DeAndre Carter, Dante Pettis, you have Colin Johnson, guys that's been around different teams and just seen a lot of different things. So just to be able to pick everyone's brain in there, everyone learns, off of each other.
And we want to extend our congratulations to Tyler Scott on securing his undergraduate degree from Cincinnati. No small feat when you play college football.
Right.
It was a grand afternoon for the Cubs at Wrigley. Those highlights ahead at 5.
Oh, wow, okay.
Forward to it. Impressive young man.
Absolutely.
Very much so.
Isn't he?
Yeah. And I like what he said. You finish what you start.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good for
Thanks,
him.
Ryan. Still ahead from us, we're going back to the United Center. Hi, crew. Great job out there in front and behind of the camera. We appreciate your hard work. We've got another look ahead at tonight's festivities.
And a big night at the DNC. We are live as some surprise guests get ready to go on stage tonight on the CBS News at 5.
Another live look at the floor of the United Center for the final night of the Democratic National Convention. That's when, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris delivers her acceptance speech. She'll be greeted by many delegates wearing white.
So what is the significance? It has long been associated with the suffragette movement, women's fight for the right to vote, and word about wearing white has apparently been spreading in delegate text groups all day.
And we've seen it grow as the delegates move in, all the way up to the rafters now, so many in white.
Right.
Now we have two special guests joining us, Illinois Controller Susanna Mendoza and one of our political analysts, Leslie Harrison, former alderman, of course. All right, let's focus on something really important. Fashion. All right, politics, number one, but fashion. We want to continue with that theme. Susanna, we know actually in some ways you've gone viral this week because of your fashion choices. Case in point, right here, Chicago Mom. And you started off the week strong, too, as well, with I Love Chicago.
I did, because I do love Chicago, and this convention is giving us the opportunity to highlight and showcase our beautiful gem of a city, in my opinion, the best city in America. And so, of course, we're going to start off that first day with a big front and center I Love Chicago, because all of us in here do. Well, certainly the Chicagoans and the Illinois delegation does. But we want everybody to leave this convention thinking about what a magnificent city this is, and especially for the people who've never been here. You know, our former president loves to poo-poo on our city, and it's crazy, the irony, because he has a huge tower that he, of course, wanted to be in Chicago for, right? Because he knows it's the greatest city. But we have to fight that misinformation by showing off our city, and I think the superintendent of police has just done an amazing job, and we're getting the job done.
We are. Leslie, kick up your feet a little bit here, and let's show off some of the other fashion item here. Try to turn it a little bit. I think we have a picture of it if it's better.
There you go, pink and
Tell us
green.
about these, Leslie.
These are my sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha.
There we go.
Sorority Incorporated, my comfortable shoes, but I am showing support not only for my sorority, but also for Kamala, and they are also Converse, so you know, we're just keeping with the things that she's been known for and known to wear.
That's
There's
right.
the picture right there.
Earlier, we saw a group of her line sisters, those who actually pledged with her at Howard, take to the stage in their white, and I'll take a picture. And apparently, these ladies go back, way back with her to Howard when she was on the campus
You know, but another thing that I want to say is that even though if you're not in the sorority, a lot of people are wearing pink out there.
Right.
A lot of people, the guys are wearing pink, the girls are wearing pink. So, you know, everybody is doing that in support of her.
Susanna, what are you most looking forward to tonight as you sat down here to join us? I know we're all talking about the rumors.
Yes, so the rumors, but they're rumors, so I don't know if they're true. Queen Beyonce for the queen that we're going to celebrate today, and maybe even Taylor Swift. But don't get mad at me if that doesn't materialize, because it's just a rumor and I'm just spreading it.
And there's still so many other power names. All right, I want to ask you one other thing, because, you know, you've been on the radar. You've been, almost 8 years in December that you've been controller.
Wow. Yes.
And
wow.
We're wondering if you're thinking next steps. Is there potentially a run for mayor, a run for governor? Would that be on your radar? What do you want to do next?
I want to party my butt off today at this convention. You're going to see me up on my seat. I'll apologize ahead of time to anybody stuck behind me, but this is not Catholic Church. I'm not sitting in the pew. I'm getting up on that chair and screaming my heart out for Kamala Harris, our next president of the United States.
That would be a not going to answer. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Is it controller or comptroller?
The debate.
So it is spelled comptroller, but the official way to pronounce it is controller.
Okay. We take
if
it from you.
If I get mad at you, I'm gonna tell you it's controller for sure. Okay. I'm joking around.
Well, coming from Chicago Mom, you made me nervous there for a minute.
Don't mess with the Chicago moms.
Thank you both for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Let's send it back to the CBS Broadcast Center with Jim and Marie.
Controller.
Yeah, answering those hard-hitting questions. Right. Thank you, team. Want to get another check of our weather with Chief Meteorologist Albert Ramon. A beautiful day. Keep saying that.
Yeah, did you see a little bit of haze, though, from the shot from the Willis? Here's the shot from the Hancock. We have a little bit of elevated amounts of ozone pollution. So air quality was reduced just a bit, moderate category, with some of this stable and hot air beginning to build over the area. Speaking of hot air, we've got a lot of it over the next few days. We're going to be right around 90 degrees this weekend. It's not just heat on the rise, but moisture. That could spark off a couple of showers of thunderstorms Saturday evening into Saturday night. And really the big headline, and we're getting close to issuing a weather alert, is the heat that appears to be on the dangerous side as we head into early next week. Now, mid-90s, we can handle that, right? But it's the humidity along with the mid-90s that could allow it to feel above 100 in many spots. And there's some early indications that Monday afternoon in particular, we could have some heat indices as high as 105, if not a bit hotter than that. So some dangerous heat building in the forecast as we head into early next week. Feels great out there right now with a lot of sunshine and temperatures in the 70s, the exception Gary at 82. It's 78 degrees in Chicago, a little bit of a late confluence, so it's a low 70s. Michigan City 73 right now, up towards the north in Waukegan. Great evening ahead with just a couple of passing high clouds as temperatures once again fall into the 40s and 50s outside of Chicago. Coolest spot at 49 Rensselaer, low 50s LaPorte and Kankakee. Aurora at 50 degrees, DeKalb at 53, a little bit milder with upper 50s and low 60s across Cook County in the city of Chicago. A little bit more cloud cover covered for tomorrow, a little bit milder as we head into the 80s, but still low amounts of humidity. But the humidity, it's noticeable by Saturday, really noticeable by Sunday, and by Monday, this ridge of high pressure that's been plaguing the desert Southwest with extreme heat, it's going to move into the Midwest. That's why we're looking at this extreme heat in the forecast. I want to show you the heat index forecast. So we'll stop this on Monday. At Sunday, feeling like the 90s, but by Monday, this is just one model that is showing anywhere from 100 to maybe as hot as 107 when it comes to the heat index. This is one of the more extreme models, but the reason I show it to you is this particular model did a really good job on an early summer season heat wave that we have. So it's something we want to keep an eye on. And it appears that heat will continue into Tuesday. The good news, though, we have a front on Tuesday. This time we have it coming in late in the day, so it'll spill in some cool air Saturday night. Not as hot, not as humid, but still mild for this time of the year, middle part of next week. Kids go back to school on Monday.
Yes.
So let's watch this forecast closely for them.
We will.
Well,
okay.
Thanks, Albert.
Thanks, Albert.
We're not finished talking about political fashion.
Some of the talked about looks on the main stage when we come back.
In today's handoff to Joe and Erica, you saw some of our fashion that the panel was wearing tonight.
That's right, but how about the big name center stage? Let's start with the headliner. There's a lot of talk about Vice President Kamala Harris's surprise appearance on Monday wearing this suit. Now, there was a debate on the internet about its color. Was this tan? Was this beige? Was it toffee? So we know now, as it's listed online for sale, the true color was coconut brown. And people online went crazy for this. If you want to know why, just Google Kamala Harris coconut meme, and that should answer it. Next up, former First Lady Michelle Obama's outfit also had the internet buzzing on night 2. This was a reconstructed suit. A lot of praise for her hair in a long braid. Now to another woman known for her style. On night 3, American poet Amanda Gorman wore this sky blue cape dress to perform spoken word. Very regal, I thought. And now to the men of the convention. To be honest, you know, the guys could step up their style. It's pretty predictable suits. But musician John Legend takes exception. He wore this beaded Balmain suit while on stage with Sheila E. performing. The Delegates also, they're the real stars of the fashion show. They did not disappoint. The cowboy hats came to play with baubles featuring Kamala Harris's name. We also cannot forget our brothers and sisters in Wisconsin. Look at them, even holding their cheese heads for the national anthem. You know, they're not necessarily fashionistas, but those hats are hard to ignore, and I think they come with a lot of enthusiasm.
You know what delegation that is as soon as you see it, right?
Absolutely. From across the stadium, you know?
It really is kind of the talk of the convention center, apart from the politics, is what everyone is doing to represent their delegation.
That's right. Anytime someone mentions one of the states, you can tell exactly where they're sitting because you hear from them.
Yes.
I believe it.
All right, we are now, thanks guys, we'll see you real soon. We are now a little more than 30 minutes away to start the final night of the DNC.
It is a historic night ahead with Vice President Kamala Harris accepting the nomination. We are on the floor talking with women about the big moment.
Also, we are revealing one of the surprises at tonight's DNC. Here's a hint. She did a sound check for us. That's her in the black hat. And maybe we should say she should be wearing pink pants, but there you go. You know who she is.
Pink hair.
is CBS News Chicago.
Right now at 5, the finale of the DNC. Kamala Harris about to accept her party's nomination for president. What we're learning about the historic moment and her high-stakes speech. A delegate robbed at gunpoint near the DNC, and now police say he wasn't the only victim.
CPS students back to school on Monday, and they're going to have to deal with heat and humidity. Heat indices above 100. We'll show you just how high these heat indices could get early next week.
Hello, Chicago. Great to have you with us. I'm Joe Donlon.
And I'm Irika Sargent, broadcasting live right here at the United Center, your convention headquarters in the CBS News Chicago suite. It has all been building to this night, and we'll bring you every minute of it. Vice President Kamala Harris will make history when she takes the stage tonight.
Her campaign says she will focus on her personal story, her record, and also the differences between herself and her Republican opponent.
She'll follow some other big names, including former Illinois Congressman and former Republican Adam Kinzinger, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Senator Mark Kelly, and his wife, former Congresswoman and gun violence survivor Gabby Giffords.
We have team coverage on this fourth and final night of the DNC, beginning with our political reporter, Chris Ty. He's on the convention floor. And Chris, what a difference 4 days make. Remember, Monday, this place was empty at 5:15. It started much later. Tonight, the upper bowl is already filling up.
Yeah, it is really intensified in a major way, and they want to get this thing started on time so they can get Kamala Harris in prime time tonight, which they weren't able to do for Joe Biden on Monday. So the clock may be in the centerpiece position here, but this is really a night of history and mystery. History, of course, the first African-American female accepting her party's nomination in this country, and mystery, who is going to be on this stage to augment the program. There are some big names that are floating out in the atmosphere, nothing confirmed. One name, though, that is confirmed was on the stage here a short time ago, maybe 90 minutes ago. This is Pink. She was on stage putting together the final touches for her performance. Let's take a little listen to what we'll be hearing in prime time tonight from her. The song is What About Us, and what they'll be trying to do tonight is tell the story of Kamala Harris by widening out her biography to people who may know her name but may not know all the details of her life. One other person who will be on stage today, as we mentioned at the top, Adam Kinzinger, the former Illinois congressman from downstate, the man who was once part of the Republican Party. He spoke to us exclusively about part of his message tonight.
I had my co-pilot in Iraq that said he was ashamed to have flown with me. I recently had my boss, after college that said, blame me for the assassination attempt on Trump. I mean, so those kinds of things are where they hit. But otherwise, it's been really actually pretty energizing because to me, to recognize that this party that I was supposed to demonize for so long actually really believes in a lot of the same stuff I do, it's pretty cool.
Adam Kinzinger, who has made a name for himself, part of the January 6th commission, and he has really been persona non grata in the GOP, playing a major role tonight. He is one of the final speakers at this convention. That underlines really how important his message is to those undecided and independent voters that the Harris team really wants to lasso in here with just over 75 days to go. Joe and Erica, it is, as you mentioned, bustling down here. You see a lot of people in white. That is part of the signal that these are people who are part of Kamala Harris's sorority. So a lot of storylines evolving here with just about a half hour to go till things begin.
All right, it'll start soon, Chris. Thanks very much. We'll be in touch.
Well, right now, protesters are gathering to make their voices heard on the final day of the DNC.
Our Jermont Terry is live in Union Park, where demonstrators plan to start marching very soon. Jermont?
Yeah, they will, Joe and Erica. Right now, there is a rally that is scheduled to take place just moments from now. You can see the crowd gathering here at Union Park. They've been out here since about 3 o'clock. One thing we want to point out, while this is the final day of the DNC, one thing for sure, the coalition to protest the DNC, they contend that this will be the largest gathering of all of the protests that we've seen this week. Of course, their mission and their call to action is to stop aid to Israel, which is for this war in Gaza. But most importantly, they want to continue to march near the United Center so they believe that their voices can be heard. I talked to someone and they said, they really believe that marching so close to the DNC, they want more than just words. They want actions from the Democrats as Kamala Harris prepares to take this nomination. The most important thing, we're going to see how this group moves around throughout the night. Around 6:30, this rally will turn into a march, and we will see just how close they get to the United Center. For now, reporting at Union Park, I'm Jermont Terry, CBS News, Chicago.
Thanks, Jermont.
Chicago police say 2 men are responsible for an armed robbery spree that began on the first night of the DNC and continued through yesterday morning.
Let's get right to our Megan Hickey. She's live from one of the robbery scenes in the Loop. And Megan, CPD says they're investigating reports that one of the victims is a delegate here at the convention.
Right, this morning, Superintendent Snelling said he didn't have any specific details about that delegate's involvement, but today, CPD sent out an alert about 3 people being robbed at gunpoint here near Randolph and Wells, and the suspect description in that case matches that of incidents in Chinatown and in the West Loop. The first robbery took place during President Biden's speech on the first night of the Democratic National Convention around 10:30 Monday night on this block in Chinatown. In each of the robberies, a dark blue Land Rover Discovery with Illinois plate DJ87261 drove up to the victims. A group of men jumped out of the car armed with a handgun and threatened to kill the victims. The victims then handed over their cell phones and wallets. The same crew did it again early Tuesday morning, this time in the 300 block of North Morgan Street in the West Loop. Then on Wednesday morning,
victim was robbed by offenders in a black Range Rover.
Another round of victims. CPD said a 25-year-old man was on the sidewalk outside a hotel when the SUV approached. A guy with a gun took his belongings and then walked across the street and did the same thing to a 37-year-old man and a 40-year-old woman.
It looks like a wallet and a hotel key were taken.
Delegates are packed into many downtown hotels, and with the late nights at the United Center likely to be out in the early morning hours. When asked about a delegate being one of the victims, Superintendent Snelling said,
obviously, there was something there, but we're still looking a little deeper into that to get more information on.
Snelling cautioned that the spree was not indicative of a spike in crime, which they tried to avoid by making sure to keep enough officers on their neighborhood beats during the convention.
Are we seeing still some of the normal crime that we see on a daily basis? Yes. But what we did not do was deplete the neighborhoods of manpower.
CPD says they're looking for 2 men dressed in black with ski masks and a semi-automatic handgun in each of these cases. Anyone with information is asked to contact CPD. Live in the Loop, Megan Hickey, CBS News Chicago, investigators.
Okay, Megan, thank you.
Joined now by 2 guests, Congresswoman Lauren Underwood, who represents a large area west of Chicago, and our political analyst Pat Brady as well.
All right, Lauren, we want to start with you because day one of the DNC, you were one of the first speakers to get up there.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and you focused on, considering your background as a registered nurse, you focused on healthcare, you focused on federal aid for the COVID pandemic. What was the strategy behind your message?
Well, we know that a lot of Americans have had a sort of a trauma response to the pandemic, and they blocked it out. And we needed to make sure that people understood that in a time of great need in our country, Donald Trump failed us. He said to inject bleach. He said the pandemic is what it is. And so I wanted to make sure that as we were talking about the healthcare advancements, that it was Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that stepped in to save our country.
Pat, let's bring you in and ask you about one of the other speakers tonight, Adam Kinzinger. I know you're good friends with him. What has happened to him? How has he been banished from the Republican Party when he voted with Trump almost, I think, more than some of the members of the Freedom Caucus? Yet he did not line up behind Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's interesting. Back in, when I was a kid, courageous actions used to be rewarded in political parties, particularly the Republican Party, and he's been ostracized because he did the right thing. I mean, what Donald Trump did is tried to overthrow our system of government, and all Adam did was be a part of the investigative team. And for that, and speaking out against what Trump did, he's been kicked out of the party. So I'm glad to see him here tonight. He's a good friend. He's had death threats. His life has been disrupted. He doesn't even live in Illinois anymore. But listen, history's going to judge Adam Kinzinger a lot better than he's going to judge some of the other Republicans that didn't do what he did.
Lauren, I saw you nodding over there. But as someone who works, of course, with both sides of the aisle, and we're talking about people trying to reach out to independents, undecided voters, but also a lot of the videos were from people who are Republicans that are now deciding to vote for Harris. Talk to us about that.
Well, what we see is in this election, people know that they have a choice. And Kamala Harris is not one who's motivated by the politics of fear and division, hatred, extremism, the way that it's really been characterized within today's Republican Party led by MAGA extremists like Donald Trump. And so in this video montages, I think that we see a handout to our neighbors to say, would you like to join us? Here's our vision for a future that really allows everyone to see and recognize their own American dream.
We just give you 10 seconds each. Pat, what are you looking forward to?
Elections are about contrast, and tonight the mission of the speech should be to make that contract that you just talked about. What's going to be different if she's president versus if Trump's president?
What are you looking forward to, Congresswoman?
Well, people getting to know the Kamala Harris that I know, who is warm, smart, kind, generous, funny, and ready to lead this country.
Thanks for your time.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for coming by.
Well, former President and Republican candidate Donald Trump spent the afternoon touring a stretch of wall along the Arizona border with Mexico. He says he wants to draw a contrast between him and his rival Kamala Harris when it comes to illegal immigration. He promises to secure the border if he's elected again.
Well, thousands who can't make it here into the UC are heading instead to Soldier Field. What we're learning about a big DNC watch party, including, I'll tell you who's set to perform there.
And in First Alert weather, one more day with low humidity and comfortable temperatures before this. The heat builds, the humidity builds, and by early next week, we could have some heat indices across the area at, if not above, 105. Your full forecast is coming up.
Tonight, the vice president will make history as the first black woman and first Asian American to accept a major party's nomination for president.
For many women, it's a moment that's deeply personal and one they were not sure if they'd ever see. Our Dorothy Tucker is live on the convention floor. Dorothy.
Well, Erica, this day is a source of pride for so many people, especially black women. As a graduate of a black college and member of a black sorority, delegates say that Kamala Harris she represents black excellence. But other women, no matter their race, say they are thrilled to be here tonight to witness this historic moment.
As someone who is the daughter of a civil rights activist from the 60s, and he was able to see Barack Obama become president. And our mother, who was also an activist, she died about a year ago. And just thinking about what this moment would mean for her is, we're just thinking about both of them.
I'm an immigrant from Iran. I came here about 45 years ago, so this is exciting. This is where I came here for democracy, to raise my children here and have them, to be anything they want to be. So this is a true story of success and American dream.
We're so excited to elect our first female black AAPI, first Democratic president from California. She's a daughter of California, and she was my candidate in 2019. I couldn't be more excited.
I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad that I'm part of history.
I'm just glad. I'm just happy. And I'll probably be in tears, just like the vice president's nominee son was. I'll be crying like him this evening.
I suspect there are going to be a few tears here tonight, but as you know, Erica and Joe, they will be tears of joy. Back to you.
I have no doubt about it, Dorothy. Great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we turn to your first alert weather. Comfortable for the ride home right now, but dangerous heat is on the way.
Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Albert Ramon, tracking that triple-digit heat. Hey, Albert.
Hi there, Erica and Joe. Yeah, we're going to turn up the heat and the humidity starting this weekend, and we're going to start the first day of school here in Chicago on Monday with the potential for heat indices approaching, if not exceeding, 105. So the temperatures start to go up starting tomorrow, but the humidity stays down for your Friday. The high temperature at 84. We're right around 90 this weekend. It's going to feel hotter than that, though, with the humidity, and there'll be enough moisture around that we may even spark up a few showers and thunderstorms over parts of the weekend. Not a washout by any means, but as we head towards Saturday evening, Saturday night, and lingering into early Sunday, a chance 20 to 30% coverage for a passing shower or storm. Really the big headline, and we're closing in on potentially a weather alert, is the heat building as we head towards early next week. Mid-90s are in the forecast, but you factor in the humidity, we will have heat indices area-wide above 100, and there's at least the potential for some heat indices going over 105. That would put us in the danger category. So it feels good out there right now with a wind off of Lake Michigan. It's 77 at Lincoln Park, right at 80 at Lombard, but most locations mid to upper 70s across the area, even some low 70s, Michigan City, low 70s in Waukegan, mid 70s in the western and southwestern suburbs right now. It's a great evening with a few passing high clouds. Temperatures this evening staying in the 70s through 9 o'clock. We're upper 60s at 10 o'clock, and then overnight we drop into the upper 50s, low 60s here in Chicago. Outside the city, that's where we'll once again have the coolest readings, upper 40s and low 50s in northwest Indiana, and for the most part, western, southwestern suburbs, northwestern suburbs here in Illinois will be in the low 50s. Tomorrow featuring a little bit more cloud cover. The humidity, though, stays down, so it's a comfortable day, just a little bit more on the mild side as we head into the low 80s in the afternoon. And then here's what's headed our way for the weekend. There's a ridge of high pressure, a bubble of hot air across the desert southwest tonight. That is expanding northward and will be in the Midwest by the time we head into late this weekend into Monday. As a matter of fact, we think this ridge is going to be right on top of Chicago by Monday afternoon, and that's when this heat wave will peak. So the hour-by-hour forecast on the feel-like temperature, the heat index, feels like the 90s on Sunday, no big deal. And then look at this on Monday, showing 100, the potential 107 range of heat indices, and there is a front in the forecast on Tuesday. At this point, we don't think it comes in until late in the day on Tuesday, so Tuesday could be a repeat performance of dangerous heat indices. This particular model, extreme, showing 108 possible on Tuesday afternoon. If that front, though, comes in a little bit earlier on Tuesday, that would trim down those extreme heat temperatures at least by a bit. We'll keep an eye on that for early next week. For tonight, though, 60 degrees with a mostly clear sky. For tomorrow, a few more clouds in the sky and a bit milder at 84, but humidity levels stay down, and then they start to build as we head towards Saturday and Sunday. High temperatures for tomorrow, coolest readings near the lake, especially the North Shore in the low 80s. Warmest readings will be away from the lake, low to mid 50s are expected. So extended forecast looks like this. It's not a big chance of rain this weekend, but Saturday evening into Sunday morning featuring at least a passing shower or storm. I think Sunday afternoon is dry if you're making your plans. It's just hot. It'll be a good pool and beach day. 95 degrees, hot, humid conditions, a spot shower possible on Monday with even hotter extreme heat indices Monday and Tuesday. Front comes in late Tuesday, so there's some slightly cooler air, but it looks like the humidity lingers a bit on Wednesday at 86 and enough moisture, Erica and Joe, that a couple of showers even possible a week from today. So summer, it's not over yet. Get ready for early next week.
Thanks, Albert.
Tonight on the CBS Evening News, healing the political divide.
Nora O'Donnell is here at the United Center covering the Democratic National Convention with a preview.
Hey, Joe and Erica. In a world of political divisiveness, sharing stories can build bonds. For our Eye on America, we look at one nonprofit that's working to bring Americans together. That and more on tonight's CBS Evening News.
away from home, but still hanging in there.
Yeah, Ryan's with us now. We were thinking about that. Delegates could have actually caught a Bears game last Saturday and the Cubs if they had been here early enough.
Yeah, from the west side to the north side, stuff happening all over town. We won't see the Cubs back at the friendly confines for a while as they hit the road for 10 days, still trying to make a late push for that third and final wild card spot in the National League. A winning 4-2 homestand made the flight to Miami a little bit more enjoyable. Miguel Amaya doing some deep breathing in the dugout. Well, he let it all hang out in the series finale against Detroit with 2 outs in the second. Amaya sends one on to Waveland for his first career grand slam. He also had 5 RBI for the first time. The Cubs added a few more by the 5th when Justin Steele struck out the side. He catches Dylan Dingler looking. A season-high 10 Ks for the man to Steele over 7 innings. In the 7th, Pete Crow Armstrong saws one off to the gap in left center. Nico and Dansby come in to score in the 4-run frame. The Cubs win it 10-2 to take 2 out of 3 from the Tigers. Still 5 games out of a wild card spot, though. Matt Eberflus and the Bears are in Kansas City to close out the preseason tonight against the Super Bowl champs. Caleb Williams and the other starters will be watching from the sidelines. While the Stars won't be playing, Flus reminded them that there's still no real days off with the season opener versus Tennessee fast approaching 2 weeks from Sunday.
We got a lot of work to do. We have a big step ahead of us this week in terms of these next 2 practices and then going to Kansas City and coming back from there. We will utilize our time when we're in Kansas City with walkthroughs at the hotel, meetings, and continuing to improve as we go.
I don't expect us seeing a lot of man coverage, so it really just comes down to can we decipher out the crazy zone looks we're going to get and still be able to have the good variations of routes run and still be on the same page.
On Tuesday, the Bears have to trim the roster down to the 53-man limit. So Joe and Irika, a lot of backups and bubble players hoping to secure their nomination for a roster spot tonight in this last preseason game.
We'll be a little busy, Ryan, but we know you'll have the highlights tonight at 10.
And we'll be right back. Coming up at 6, it's something new at the Democratic National Convention. Hundreds of social media influencers have access to the DNC.
And some of them have millions of followers. How the Democrats are using content creators to get their message out. We'll have that story all new at 6.
Doors open in about half an hour here. There was just an announcement for people to take their seats because they're about to get started.
Yeah, well, the doors opened at Soldier Field in about a half an hour as well, 6 o'clock. And check this out. You can come and watch a live stream of the Vice President, Kamala Harris, accepting the nomination. But you're also going to get a live performance by Chicago rapper Common, who performed here at the DNC Tuesday. This watch party is free, but we just understand now that there is a wait list for tickets. That show set to begin at about 7 o'clock. Big night here in Chicago.
All right, one more cool, comfortable night before the heat and humidity start to build. Tonight, low humidity. We'll look for mostly clear sky, down to 60 degrees outside of Chicago in the suburbs, upper 40s and low 50s once again in the forecast. Tomorrow, a bit milder than today. We'll even throw in a few more cloud cover. High temperature at 84 degrees. That south wind, though, Eric and Joe, that's what's going to bring in the moisture in a big way starting this weekend.
Thanks, Albert.
We'll have more live coverage of the Democratic National Convention from the United Center on our news at 6.
We'll also have live coverage throughout the night on our streaming network, CBS News Chicago. Thanks for joining us. CBS Evening News is next. We'll see you in half an hour.
Please welcome 2024 Democratic National Convention Permanent Chair Mignon Moore and Convention Co-Chair Representative Veronica Escobar.
Hello, fellow Democrats. For the final season of the convention, I am more than pleased to pass the gavel to Co-Chair Representative Veronica Escobar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fourth season of the 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation, offered by American Federation of Government Employees National President, Dr. Everett Kelly, and Imam Muhammad Abdul Alim.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, creator of the universe, help us to rise together in unity and love. The work ahead is monumental. We must heed our call to feed the hungry, heal the sick, and comfort all who suffer. We must conquer fear, injustice, and despair. Our great democracy's foundation is our knowledge that all are equal in God's eyes, that righteous truth, your gift of freedom and equality, are being questioned once again. They're what our forefathers and mothers fought and died for. They died on battlefields, in factories, on farms and picket lines. They died in chains. They died for a better world. Beloved Creator, all this tonight, our democracy is now on the line. In the months that remain, guide Vice President Harris and Governor Walz with your wisdom and your thoughts. Eternal One, hear our prayer. Set our hearts afire that we may never weary in doing with your will in the pursuit of justice. In your Son's name, amen.
Our merciful benefactor, the Creator Redeemer, who opens the way to us to have a good conscience and life. Grant that we continue as a nation out of many one, a people of faith, taking pride in caring for our common humanity. Let us pray that this great nation inspire nations to advance social and economic progress. O God, make us among those who seek justice for all. O God, help us stand with humanity against hate. O God, bless us to approach each day with a feeling of gratitude and remembrance of you. Bless our homes and our schools. Bless us to never be without hope. Bless us in every decision, endeavor, and undertaking. Bless the efforts of the presidency to secure more opportunities for all in our great society. And finally, bless Americans to cherish our freedom and noble essence. Amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Illinois State Police Honor Guard.
Detail, attention. Carry, colors. Forward, march. Left, 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 left. Colors. Colors turn.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Luna Mehring, 6th grader from Oakland, California.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Left, 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 left.
She's a fighter for the American people, committed to our values, our hopes, our dreams, bringing joy back across our nation.
It's about damn time. Turn up the music. Turn down the lights.
Where did this strength and passion come from in this daughter of middle-class Oakland? Well, it started with her parents. Her mother, a South Asian scientist, and her father, a black economist. They took her to civil rights marches and inspired her to pursue her dreams. After her parents divorced, she and her sister were raised by her mother with the help of friends and neighbors, attending Sunday school at the 23rd Avenue Church.
We grew up in this wonderful, loving, supportive environment.
My mother was very well aware that she was raising two black girls to be two black women.
Her mother saved up for 10 years to buy their first home and shared with Kamala the words and wisdom that remain her North Star to this day.
Be a fighter for things that matter, and don't be limited by what has always been.
And then came a moment that changed Kamala Harris's destiny, the spark that lit the fire within.
When I was in high school, I had a best friend who I learned was being molested by her father.
This particular day, she was like, hey, you really, really are not yourself. There's something going on.
I said to her as soon as she told me, well, you have to come stay with us.
As you get older, you really, really reflect on how pivotal that intervention was at that crucial point in my life.
A big part of the reason I wanted to be a prosecutor was to protect people like her.
And on her first day in court, she rose from her chair at the prosecutor's desk and said, Kamala Harris for the people. As a prosecutor, she put violent criminals and sexual predators in prison, leading to the highest conviction rate for serious and violent crime in 15 years, and created Back on Track, a program for first-time low-level drug offenders that became a national model.
About, yeah, you did commit a crime, accept it, own up to it, and then let's talk about what we can do to change the circumstances going forward.
Lowering recidivism rates for nonviolent offenders from 54% to 10%, giving people the training they needed to find a job after their sentence.
I remember being so struck by having a district attorney who cared both about justice, about safety and accountability, but figuring out how to stop that crime from happening again.
As California's Attorney General, she targeted transnational gangs and drug cartels, seized 10,000 kilos of cocaine and 12,000 pounds of methamphetamine, went after drug traffickers, and took 12,000 illegal guns off the streets.
The new foreclosure crisis threatens to freeze up.
She took on the nation's 5 largest mortgage banks that were stealing from homeowners.
Prosecutors claim they've duped desperate homeowners into paying thousands of dollars to get them out of foreclosure.
She played hardball and delivered a landmark $20 billion settlement.
This represents one of the largest dollar amounts to come to California.
And in 2016, the people of California sent her to represent them in Washington, D.C. In the Senate, she earned a reputation for taking on the tough fights on the Judiciary and Intelligence Committees.
Kamala hit the ground running.
She came in with confidence. She was always respectful, but she would not let a witness off easily.
I wouldn't.
Yes or no?
And if an argument didn't hold water, she could spot that flaw and get at it.
I do want you to be honest.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
And when Joe Biden went looking for his vice president,
I wanted someone who was strong and who was ready to be president on day one.
as vice president, she worked to cap insulin costs for seniors at $35, to replace lead pipes and provide clean water for communities, and she helped create 16 million jobs.
The Biden-Harris bipartisan infrastructure bill has already created thousands of jobs for our members. That is what the future looks like under a President Kamala Harris.
She fought to reduce the trauma of gun violence that has devastated our nation.
How many of you guys as college students had to have a drill during high school or middle school or elementary school where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter roaming the hallways of your school? Look at that. Look at that.
And she did more than talk the talk. She walked the walk, helping pass the first bipartisan legislation in 30 years to curb gun violence.
So one thing I learned about working with Vice President Harris is she always stand on business.
She has traveled the world to strengthen our national security and restore our global leadership, meeting with more than 150 heads of state. She stood shoulder to shoulder with our allies and stood up to dictators, helping to unite NATO behind Ukraine and impose punishing costs on Russia. She's led the fight for reproductive freedom.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
The first vice president to visit an abortion clinic, she built a nationwide grassroots movement to ensure that access to abortion, IVF, and birth control will always be protected. In the halls of power, she's a tough prosecutor, an effective policymaker, a powerful leader. And at home, she's the center of her family.
Don't give up.
She's the best godmother, auntie. She's honest. She's loving. Incredibly reliable. She's one of the most loyal people you'll ever meet.
That is why I believe she is so prepared to be our next president. This love she has for her family, being there for all of us. That's how she will lead this country, being there for everyone.
She's a proud graduate of Harvard University.
Hey, you
know! Her campaign is a force of nature, generating the excitement we've all been yearning for.
A campaign of joy, of love, of care.
I am so fundamentally inspired.
Kamala Harris will be our next president because you know there's too much on the line to stay on the sidelines.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you for bringing back the joy.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. We are not going back.
She's a protector, a strong voice for common sense, a leader for tomorrow, committed to healing our country, dedicated to doing the hard work to make us stronger.
I now declare you spouses for life.
Someone who truly understands the struggles of everyday Americans. Forged by the challenges of the past, ready for any challenge that may arise. Now is the time, America. The joy is back, the pride is back, the hope is back. She's doing the work. She's fighting for us. She's the new way forward, our way forward. She is the next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Wow. Bienvenidos todos to the final night of the Democratic National Convention. We have so much in store for all of you tonight, including a special rendition of our national anthem by our favorite country music rabble-rousers, the Chicks. And I just want to say, this week, our energy, hope, and joy have inspired the nation. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has been a small man, speaking in small venues, talking about small ideas. Our ideas, our vision for America brings us together. Our vision for America embraces every community and everyone. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are working hard because they know our country is great. They know that we can build a future for all of us, and they're earning our votes by laying out a plan that puts the American dream not just within reach, but so we can fully grasp it. By making sure going to the grocery store doesn't break the bank, that we have control over our bodies, that our kids like my own kids, Christian and Eloisa, have opportunities to lead healthy and happy lives. We'll get to know Kamala a little more, and I promise you, you will not only be more inspired, but also ready to fight for a new way forward. And to keep us pumped for this journey, Chicago's very own DJ Metro. Over to you.
Chicago, how's everybody feeling out there today? Welcome to night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. I know you all are having so much fun out there. Is that correct? Well, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to make sure that the fun continues right here, right now, the only way that I know how. The Chicago way, baby. Y'all ready? Let's go. Thank you.
You my little boo thing, so I'll give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that shot like too girl. No, tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a lot of something fresh. No, tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a little something fresh. I know. Put a little gold in the teeth and the fit good, so I took the doors out the deep. Okay, I see a brother holding you foot, no beef, but I'm trying to get to know you at least. Don't take my talking to your own. I can keep it chill like the Soviet blunt. I'ma keep it real when your man long gone. If you're looking for a friend,
everybody hands up, hands up.
What's with ya? If you book tonight, that's fiction. I'm outside, no pictures. You want me? Go figure. To the back, to the front. You a 10, baby girl, but I know one. Hey, to the back,
one time,
to the front.
everybody,
you a 10,
hands
girl,
up in the air. Let's go.
You my little boo thing, so I'll give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that shot like 2K, girl, I know. Tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a little something fresh. I know. Tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a little.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Please welcome National Education Association President Becky Pringle and American Federation of Teachers President Randy Weingarten.
I am Becky Pringle, President of the largest labor union in this country, the National Education Association. As an 8th grade science teacher for over 30 years, I can tell you that Kamala Harris and teacher Tim Walz, understand when our public schools are strong, our nation is strong. They know expanding free school meals, investing in health care, and keeping our communities and our schools safe creates opportunity for everyone. They will strengthen our schools, support our educators, and help our students live into their brilliance. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are not just wrong, they're dangerous. It's all right there in Project 2025. They will shut down the Department of Education, end Head Start, and make educators pay a higher percentage in taxes than billionaires. But we are coming together to say, not on our watch. Not on our watch. So we will organize, and we will mobilize, and we will win all the things. So come this January, we will have a president who sees us, who believes in us, and who knows the beauty and the power of this diverse democracy. And her name is Kamala Harris.
I'm Randy Weingarten, the president of the AFT and a public school teacher. One of my first lessons I taught my students was about the social contract, how both individual freedoms and mutual responsibility are essential in our democracy. This covenant underlies our commitment to public schools, where educators prepare students to spark innovations, steward the environment, create our arts, and shape our democracy. Now, one of the first lessons my students taught me was, you gotta walk the walk. That means Donald Trump and J.D. Vance can't claim they're pro-child while gutting funding for public schools. That means that being pro-family means we support access to good union jobs, affordable housing, health care, and higher education. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for, and we are all in. They've spent their lives making the promise of America real in the classroom and the courtroom. America, with Kamala Harris as our president, our best days are ahead.
Please welcome California Senator Alex Padilla.
Good evening, Democrats. Buenas noches, demócratas. My name is Alex Padilla, and I am so proud to represent the great state of California in the United States Senate. but the titles I'm most proud of are husband to my beautiful wife Angela and father to 3 young gentlemen. You know, as a father, when we talk about the future of our country, it's not just hypothetical. For me, it is very real. Every day I go to work in Washington, I think about my kids and the future we're building for their generation. And to show you how Kamala Harris will treat America's kids as president, I'll tell you how she treats mine. Because whenever she sees Roman, Alejandro, and Diego, she greets them with kindness and respect, literally meeting them on their level, to speak to them and to listen. And every fight that Kamala and I have taken on together has been about making life better for this generation and the next. As a state senator, I stood with then Attorney General Harris as she took on the big banks to keep kids and their families in their homes. As California's Secretary of State, I knew her as a fearless United States Senator and my partner in defending our sacred right to vote. That's right. And when Kamala became vice president, I was honored to fill her seat. But I knew that I had some big Chuck Taylors to fill. But I was proud to carry on legislation that she championed to protect workers, to safeguard public lands, to provide kids with more access to quality education. You see, Kamala and I believe that all of our kids deserve a shot at the American dream.
This is CBS News Chicago.
Now it's 6 o'clock. This is it, the final night of the DNC. A historic moment as Vice President Kamala Harris gets ready to accept the Democratic nomination. A last push for thousands of pro-Palestinian protesters to get their message heard.
Our tax dollars can't continue to go to genocide.
We have team coverage on the much-anticipated night from the United Center.
The heat humidity builds starting this weekend, and by early next week, heat indices in the danger category. We'll track this and the rest of your forecast in First Alert Weather.
It's the culmination of week-long events at the DNC. Good evening. I'm Irika Sargent.
Great to have you with us. I'm Joe Donlon. Off we go. Night number 4. The program has started. Vice President Kamala Harris getting ready to make history, and we are your convention headquarters, broadcasting live from the United Center.
The finale just hours away, and there's a full schedule of speakers and performers ahead. Some we know and some we don't.
Some we're guessing.
Yes.
Some we're not yet. Yeah. So our reporter Chris Ty is on the floor of the United Center here with what we do know for sure as far as what's in store tonight, Chris.
There is some educated guesswork going on, no question about it, Joe and Erica. I've been told, about 5 or 10 people in this building who is on a kind of secret list of who may be speaking tonight that has still not been published. This is a night of voices. Whose voices will we hear? Some of them remain a mystery. Of course, we're going to hear from Kamala Harris. Her voice will rise above the rest. We're going to hear from Adam Kinzinger tonight. We'll talk about him in just a moment. And there's a very famous voice that you may know who is practicing just a short time ago. That is, of course, Pink, the song What About Us. She will be up there in prime time tonight. And one other person we do want to get back to is Adam Kinzinger. You know, he was the downstate congressman, the one-time Republican who was on the January 6th commission, and he has left his party. He spoke with us exclusively. He will be speaking tonight, third from the last. That is a prime position in this convention. He talked about why he was a stranger in a strange strange land here at his first Democratic convention ever, and how this is an effort to help bring this country back.
We may disagree on, some policies, but really what's the near threat to us? And it's, does our democracy survive? And, of course it'll survive, but does it survive with the level of faith we had? Is my kid going to inherit a country where there's trust in the election system because there's not somebody out there pretending like an election was stolen? So there's a lot that unifies us on that, and I think we understand it's an uncomfortable alliance, but it's a necessary alliance.
How much more likely is it? This has been a week with incredible stage production, big names, big musical numbers. That last mystery guest or two is something that has a lot of people in this venue talking tonight, trying to figure out who may take this stage. We'll be following it very closely as the next couple of hours progress. Joe and Erica, back up to you.
It's also why the upper bowl was full at
Early.
5 o'clock early. Chris, thanks very much.
Right now, protesters are gathering to make their voices heard on the final day of the DNC.
Our Charlie DeMar is live in Union Park, where demonstrators plan to start marching in about a half an hour. Charlie?
And Joe and Erica, day 4 of protests here at Union Park. This, of course, really has been the center for organized protest throughout the entire Democratic National Convention. The DNC is holding a rally now, which is expected to begin marching from Union Park within just about the next hour. Now, this is the same group that held a large rally on Monday. It's actually made up of about 200 different groups. They've held countless gatherings and protests since the war began in Gaza. And while we have seen a few agitators in the crowd, this really has been a peaceful gathering with speeches and music. And along with halting U.S. aid to Israel, supporters who we spoke to say they are disappointed that a Palestinian speaker hasn't taken the stage during the DNC.
I think they're losing the election, honestly, right now by not bringing any Palestinian Americans on stage. If they stop funding Israel and working tirelessly to end, to bring about a ceasefire, they could do it.
They also need to let a Palestinian American speak, or anyone from that point of view. I mean, it only emphasizes more that the Democrats only allow Israel's point of view, and Palestinians are not going to be heard.
And again, what you're looking at now is this rally here at Union Park. We do expect a march to kick off within about the next hour, where there is a large Chicago Police Department presence, as there has been throughout the week. They've been doing those rolling street closures with bike cops to keep these protesters safe. This also is what appears to be the smallest number of protesters throughout the week, but we will keep an eye on it and bring much more throughout the evening. We are live from Union Park. Charlie DeMar, CBS News Chicago. Joe and Erica.
Thank you, Charlie.
Well, they're not just marching. A group of pro-Palestine uncommitted delegates have organized a sit-in just outside the United Center.
They called the decision to keep a Palestinian supporter off the stage unacceptable and undemocratic.
The exclusion of a Palestinian American from the stage felt so deeply offensive, so deeply shocking, that it left us stunned. Last night,
a group of 30 uncommitted delegates from across the country were sent to the DNC by an overwhelming number of voters who voted uncommitted in the primaries as part of an internal party protest against the United States' support of Israel.
It's wrong on so many levels, and enough is enough. So we'll do whatever it takes to make sure that our voices are heard.
We reached out to the Harris campaign as well as representatives for the DNC. They both say they have had plenty of engagement with this group of uncommitted delegates, but would not specify why they're not welcomed on stage. In the crowd tonight at the DNC, there's a group of women dressed in white. They're honoring the women's suffrage movement and a woman they know well, Kamala Harris.
Several of Harris's sorority sisters are here, and our Noel Brennan spoke with them from their seats as they wait for their very good friend to take the stage.
Today is going to be a day like no other day. That's why we're here.
As delegates from every state fill the floor, sorority sisters take their seats.
Alpha Kappa Alpha. We're the first black sorority founded in 1908.
Imelda Brown and Paulette Murphy.
I'm ready.
Met at Howard University in the 1980s.
If I say so myself, we are the best.
But this reunion at the United Center brings them back together.
History in the making.
32 sorority sisters are here at the Democratic National Convention to celebrate their pick for the next president of the United States on the night she takes the stage.
If anybody was going to do it, it was going to be Kamala.
When Kamala Harris looks off to her right, she will see a sea of white. her sorority sisters.
She'll be looking up at us. Don't even worry about it. She knows we're here. Yeah, she knows we're here, and she knows we have her back.
They hope the country gets to know the Kamala they've known since college.
She's compassionate, smart, interested in people. We know she doesn't finish anything until it's completed. She's always been a thorough, smart woman. Kamala's going to be there for every single person in this nation. She's going to make sure that she follows through with her promises, and we love her.
Tonight, these women reunite, united in support of their sister.
This is the best kind of get-together. Something you'll never forget.
Noel Brennan, CBS News Chicago.
Much more coming up live from the DNC. As a matter of fact, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson has just made his way into the CBS Chicago suite here at the United Center, coming from McCormick Place, and he made it. He'll join us on the other side of the break.
And it's never been done before at the DNC. Democrats giving special access to content creators. That's next.
And here comes the heat. Temperatures starting to build this weekend. It's comfortable tomorrow. It's going to feel like 90 plus this weekend. Could feel as hot as 105 with the heat index as we head into Monday and Tuesday. More on that, the rest of your forecast coming up.
Welcome back to the United Center, where we're underway in the final night of the DNC. Joining us now, Chicago's own Mayor Brandon Johnson. So I understand, Mayor, that you were among the many that greeted Kamala Harris at the airport there, and we saw video of it. Yeah. Senators, Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle, and you. So now, as we head into this final night, what are you hoping to hear from Kamala Harris?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of excitement in Chicago, really around the globe, because the future of our democracy is in a position to be strengthened with the election and the historic election of Vice President Kamala Harris. Look, what she's going to do is she's going to lay out her clear vision for the people of America. You know, she's been calling for $300 billion for education funding. It's the largest investment in public education in the history of America. $100 billion to create a pathway to home ownership. She's also going to lay out how we need to make affordable rent and affordable housing more of a reality, particularly for families who make less than $100,000 a year. And then she's going to lay out an economy, quite frankly, that works on behalf of working people. This is very much aligned with what we're doing in Chicago. As you all know, $20 billion of new investment in the city of Chicago.
Mayor, we have one more night ahead of us here tonight. Are you ready to take a victory lap yet?
Well, I will say it like this. We're going to celebrate. We're going to celebrate November 5th. This has been a great event and convention for the people of Chicago, really America. And I promise, I said we're going to have a safe but yet vibrant convention. And that's exactly what we have.
So we've been following this latest protest that is happening as of 5 o'clock. Everything's peaceful. On Monday, when we had the protest, there were upwards of 50 arrests. Has the strategy changed at all in terms of what we've seen from Monday leading into the rest of the week? Because since then, it's been quite peaceful, and we haven't really had any more incidents.
Well, because we have a fine police department. Superintendent Snelling is an incredible human being. He's the son of Inglewood, the south side of Chicago. You know, I'm a west sider, so we're bringing the entire city of Chicago together. We said that we would have constitutional policing. It's important that we restore trust between everyday people and our law enforcement. And our men and women of this city have put forth so much courage, so much bravery, but so much discipline and compassion. And that's exactly what we said we would do. Protecting the right to protest in this country is fundamental to our democracy. And our police department, under the direction of my superintendent, Superintendent Snelling, they certainly delivered that.
He's emerged as sort of the star of this convention, right? He's like right out of central casting. We've seen him front and center at these protests. He even made an arrest.
Well, again, it speaks to my leadership and how we are creating an environment where we have the best, most talented, loving people who are on the front lines. Now, I think the real star is going to be the American people, right? Because there's a new vision that Vice President Kamala Harris has put forward and has created a great deal of excitement. Much like what I've done here, reopening mental health clinics, she's investing in behavioral health care, $285 million new dollars to hire 14,000 behavioral health counselors in our schools. That's the type of transformation that this country deserves.
You had a very specific plan when it came to policing and safety around this entire event. But what would you say to some residents who may be concerned, saying, okay, when it comes to outsiders, people, celebrities, politicians coming from other places in the country, there's this massive presence. But when I'm in my neighborhood, I have concerns for safety. I have concerns about crime. Why am I not being considered in the same way?
Well, public safety is my top priority. Many people know that I'm raising my family, my wife and I, on the west side of Chicago in Austin. We love it. It's a beautiful community, but we have been, unfortunately, grossly disinvested in over the course of decades, and that has led to abject poverty, unfortunately. Our country, a generation ago, had an opportunity to either go for the war on drugs or go for the war of poverty. They chose war on drugs, and look what it has gotten us. Now, here's what I can say emphatically. Not one neighborhood in the city of Chicago went unprotected. Homicides are down double digits since I've been in office. A lot of work to be done, but it's really going to require more than just policing, right? Mental health support services, making sure our public education system is transformed. I have a $1.25 billion investment for economic and neighborhood development for the west and south sides of the city of Chicago. It's the most investment in the history of Chicago.
We're out of time, Mayor. I know you had a busy schedule as well, but you're on your way to Soldier Field. What's this all about?
Hey, so listen, the community gets a chance to experience history tonight. Many people don't have credentials, right? So we've opened up Soldier Field for the people of Chicago to actually get a real experience of this convention. I made a commitment to ensuring that the people of this city experience this convention. So you can have just regular, everyday people there at Soldier Field. It's a venue that is really good at hosting people like Taylor Swift and Beyonce.
Oh, you mentioned those names there. We were wondering if we could get any confirmation from anyone about whether they're coming. Do you know anything?
Well, at least we know they're familiar with the environment, right?
That is true. That is true.
It's a good
hint,
hint,
Thank you for joining us. And
Thanks,
we'd love
Mayor.
to talk to you again soon. I know it's kind of madness here, but we appreciate you for stopping by.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago.
We'll be right back.
Another perfect day, low humidity, sunshine, mild temperatures, but the heat is on the rise. It's still going to feel nice tomorrow, but as we head into the weekend, that's when we start to feel not just the heat, but the humidity. High temperatures get into the low 90s, and the moisture goes up to allow for at least a few showers and storms this weekend, but it's mainly evening hours on Saturday into Sunday morning, so pretty small window there, while many of us are probably going to be home either sleeping Saturday night into Sunday morning. The big headline, though, the heat that builds as we head towards early next week. CPS first day of school is on Monday, and that's going to feature a high of 95. Once we factor in the humidity, we're talking about heat indices at, if not above 105 possible in some spots by early next week. Feels great out there, though, right now. Temperatures are in the mid-70s overnight, right around 60 degrees in Chicago, but upper 40s, low 50s out in the suburbs overnight into tomorrow morning. But here's what's headed our way as we head into early next week. Big bubble of hot air coming in out of the desert southwest will be right on top of us by Monday. You'll start to feel the heat. You'll start to feel the humidity as early as Saturday night into Sunday. As a matter of fact, Sunday we're dealing with heat indices above 90, but take a look at those heat indices by Monday afternoon. 105 plus. It's going to be possible, and that looks to extend into your Tuesday. So we're near weather alert criteria for dangerous heat as we head into early next week. There's that small chance of rain Saturday night into Sunday. The heat humidity builds this weekend right around 90 for both Saturday and Sunday. Mid-90s Monday and Tuesday with a spot shower possible. Next front comes in late Tuesday. It'll spill in some slightly cooler and drier air, but it looks to still be on the muggy side, middle part of next week. Joe, Erica?
Albert, thanks. Don't stop till you get enough.
I know. I'm trying not to dance over here, but when you play Michael Jackson in the background, how can you stop? Also, the United Center's not the only place that will be full of energy on this big DNC night.
Yeah, we heard the mayor just mention the Big Bash at Soldier Field as well. Some big names on tap there, too. Common will perform on stage tonight at 7. Who knows? Will Jennifer Hudson be with him? The crowd will be able to watch Kamala Harris's speech on the big screen. We will have a live report during our special DNC report coming up at 7 o'clock tonight on our digital streaming network, CBS News Chicago. Well, most of the starters won't play in the Bears' final preseason game, but there will be a lot of guys fighting for a roster spot.
Plus, it was a grand day for Cubs catcher Miguel Amaya as the Northsiders win for the series win over the Tigers.
Those adjustments that have been made.
Ryan Baker here with sports. Caleb Williams and most of the starters will be spectators tonight when the Bears close out the preseason in Kansas City. General Manager Ryan Poles will definitely be keeping a close eye on the backups and bubble players out there with cutdown day coming on Tuesday. Poles and head coach Matt Eberflus have to trim the team down to the 53-man limit ahead of the season opener 2 weeks from Sunday. This practice game against the Chiefs' second and third stringers is the last chance for some roster hopefuls to secure their spot. Listening to defensive coordinator Eric Washington, it sounds like they have some tough decisions to make.
There's been a lot of growth. There's been tremendous competition. The players have taken a lot of pride in the way that we've competed and the way that we've debriefed what we've done during the ball games. When you come in to a situation like this, you see the players on film, but when you have a chance to work with these men, you really get a sense of who they are and why they're in the position to achieve and accomplish their goal.
Is that ketchup on those hot dog hats? Do you, ladies? Miguel Amaya had some extra mustard at the plate in the series finale with the Tigers. In the second inning, he jacks his first career grand slam to get the Cubs on the board. Then in the seventh, Amaya gets a hold of another one. This one stays in the ballpark, but he gets a little greedy, trying to stretch it to a double. The Cubs catcher still gets credit for his 5th RBI. That's a career high. The Cubs win it 10-2 to take 2 of 3 from Detroit and close out a 4-2 homestand. The Tigers are sticking around, moving down to the south side for 4 games with the White Sox over the weekend. Right now, let's go to the west side of the United Center and Joe and Erica as they wrap up our DNC coverage on this final night.
Okay, thank you, Ryan.
That is it for the CBS News at 6. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Joe Donlon.
And I'm Irika Sargent. Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy is about to take the stage, and you can watch that and all of our stream coverage on CBS News Chicago, all the big moments. We'll see you back here on CBS News Chicago at 10.
Most of all, Trump will pit American against American. And that's what China wants, for us to fight amongst ourselves, because that's how we lose. But we're not going back. What does Kamala Harris tell us? When we fight, we win. Because Kamala Harris knows we fight best, not American against American. She knows that when we fight as one country, we win. When we fight as one team, we win. Which is why when Kamala Harris wins in November, we win. Thank you so much.
We believe in a future where every person has the opportunity to build a business, to own a home, to build intergenerational wealth, a future with affordable health care, affordable child care, paid leave, and all of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
Please welcome Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey.
Pennsylvania. Here's a real question. Mom's asked me in Pennsylvania, what am I supposed to do if I can't afford diapers? In just 6 months, a box of diapers went up $15. The corporations say your prices are up only because their costs are up. They're selling you a lie. It's in the bag with the diapers. Prices are up because these corporations are scheming to drive them up. Most companies are good companies. It's the food conglomerates that sit behind the supermarkets, the faceless wholesalers. They're the ones who are extorting families at the checkout counter. This is greedflation. I've been fighting it a long time. So has Kamala Harris. And finally, we're starting to win. When Big Pharma jacked up the cost of insulin, we passed a bill to stop them. Now, for millions of Americans, it's capped at $35 a month. So that's one. I've been fighting to ban price gouging on food. And next year, when she's president, Kamala Harris will sign a bill to do just that. So that's another. And when corporations take advantage of a crisis, like toilet paper during the pandemic, we'll hit them with harsher fines when Kamala Harris is president. Now, Americans don't expect stuff to be free, but we do expect it to be fair. The people I'm talking to, from Allentown to Erie, they don't tolerate being ripped off. Americans are hardworking, honest people. And that's what we've been fighting for. We're fighting for honesty. I'm fighting for it. Kamala Harris is fighting for it. Will you fight for it? All right, let's go out and win this thing. Thank you.
Please welcome Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren.
You know what I love best about Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris can't be bought, and she can't be bossed around. Now, I first met Kamala in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. The banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings, their homes. Now, I was setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Go CFPB! Kamala was protecting families as California's Attorney General. You bet. And Donald was scamming students at Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes. Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families. And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor. You know what else I love about Kamala? She gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah. Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how, and basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers. But Kamala, she cares deep down, and she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who don't pay taxes. And she'll take on right-wing extremists who think they should decide who has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide. Yeah. And there it is. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare, taxes, abortion. Trust Donald Trump and JD Vance to look out for your family? Shoot, I wouldn't let those guys, I wouldn't trust them to move my couch. We need Kamala Harris. This election is about your family and your future. I've seen Kamala Harris fight. I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures, Kamala Harris is someone we can trust. So here it is, with joy in our hearts. Let's elect Kamala Harris the next president of the United States.
Our party is nowhere near over, Chicago! We're gonna do this real big because we got a good feeling about this presidency. Now let me see your hands up one time. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. 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 That tonight's gonna be. I want to see everybody losing their minds. 1, 2, now everybody party. Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like, oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Let's kick it off. I know that we'll have a ball if we get down and go out and just lose it all. I feel stressed out, I wanna let it go. Let's go way out, spaced out, and losing all control. Fill up my cup, Marble top. Look at her dancing, just take it up, 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 up. Let me hear you shout time. Come on. Because in this nation, we're all one big family. Let me see. Celebrate good times. Come on. Celebrate. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's celebrate. see you guys in just a little while. Thank you.
Woo! We've got ourselves a party in here, Chicago. All right, Democrats. We know that a secure future depends on strong global leadership. As Vice President, Kamala Harris has been tested on the world stage. She's faced down threats, stood shoulder to shoulder with our allies, and engaged in the serious work of safeguarding America's security. Please welcome to the stage an Army Ranger, my colleague, Congressman Jason Crow.
Before serving in Congress, I was a paratrooper and an Army Ranger. Over 100 combat missions in Iraq and Afghanistan taught me what really makes America strong and secure. You see, it's not tough talk, it's not chest thumping, because in war, talk is cheap. And trust me, I know a couch commando when I see one. Real strength and security come from our people, from our allies. Donald Trump's Project 2025 would abandon our troops, abandon our veterans, our allies, and our principles. In Chapter 4, Trump plans to do Putin's bidding by abandoning Ukraine and walking away from our NATO allies. In Chapters 2 and 3, he plans to fire our national security and military professionals and then replace them with MAGA loyalists. But I refuse to let Trump's golf buddies decide when and how our friends are sent to war. When we join the military, we raise our right hand and we take the oath. We know that it comes with sacrifice, but we also know that it comes with a promise that America will have our back. Trump will break that promise. In fact, in Chapter 20 of Project 2025, he plans to slash veterans' benefits and then privatize VA health care. As a paratrooper, we learned that the leader of the unit jumps first, and then the others follow. Leaders always go first. But Trump, he would push your son or daughter out of the plane and then abandon them when they come home. Our troops deserve a commander-in-chief who will always have their back. That leader is Kamala Harris. And together, we will make Kamala Harris our next commander-in-chief.
President Joe Biden and I, along with our entire country, are grateful, deeply grateful to each and every one of you for your service and for your excellence. The United States military, without any question, is the strongest and best fighting force the world has ever seen. And that is because of you. Each one of you.
Please welcome Michigan Representative Alyssa Slotkin.
Good evening. I'm Melissa Slotkin. I am honored to be your U.S. Senate nominee from the great state of Michigan. Go blue, go green, my peeps from Michigan. My life in service began in New York City on September 11th. As the smoke cleared, I knew my career would be spent protecting the country we all love. I was recruited by the CIA and served 3 tours in Iraq alongside our military. And I worked at the White House under presidents of both parties and as an acting assistant secretary of defense under President Obama. I want to talk tonight about national security because the choice in November is stark. America retreating from the world or leading the world. Trump wants to take us backwards. He admires dictators a lot. He treats our friends as adversaries and our adversaries as friends. But our vision is based on our values, the values that took us to the shores of Normandy and helped us win the Cold War. We believe America should inspire and lead at home and abroad. We recognize that it's not just about having a strong military, but about tackling global challenges like AI and climate change together. And guess what? That takes friends. You gotta have friends to do that. Vice President Harris understands our strength abroad is inextricably linked to our strength here at home. Our schools, a strong middle class, and the health of our democracy. So, for everyone here and everyone watching, I want you to proudly claim your patriotism. You are here because you love your country. Do not give an inch to pretenders who wrap themselves in the flag, but spit in the face of freedoms it represents. This November, let's elect a president who will lean forward to embrace the future. Because America doesn't follow. We do not retreat. We are the damn United States of America. We lead.
Please welcome New York Representative Pat Ryan.
Among the Americans I proudly represent in Congress are the 4,400 cadets at West Point, my alma mater. Last year, I welcomed Vice President Harris when she delivered the commencement address. I watched as she shook the hand of every single cadet. That's the thing about West Point. The day you take the oath to defend our country, you get to look the person in the eye who may one day, God forbid, send you to war and take their measure. And every time, Kamala Harris looked back with respect, with reverence. That day, I saw our next commander-in-chief. At West Point, you learn the honor code. A cadet will not lie, cheat, steal, or tolerate those who do. Well, there's a candidate who has violated every word in that code. A serial liar, cheater, thief, who looked soldiers in the eye, then turned around and called fallen heroes suckers and losers, who insulted Medal of Honor recipients just last week. I tell you what I think of Donald Trump. They told me I can't say that word on TV. I'm going to use an Army term, FUBAR. If you don't know FUBAR, Google it. These last few weeks have felt like a new day in America. When we are waking up, rising up as patriots to demand our next president be someone who not only treats our veterans with respect, but everyone with respect, with dignity, with decency, with the truth. Someone like Kamala Harris, our next commander-in-chief.
We are not done. I'm trying to tell you guys that I want to see you up off your seats, dancing and moving around. Get excited with me and say,
I say I'm too late. Got nothing in my brain. That's what people say. That's what people say. I go on too many dates, but I can't make them stay. At least that's what people say. That's what people say. But I keep cruising. Can't stop, won't stop moving. It's like I got this music in my mind saying it's gonna be alright. 'Cause the players gonna play, 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 play. And the haters gonna hate, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Heartbreakers gonna break, 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 break. And the fakers gonna fake, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake.
Wait.
Shake it off, shake it off.
Hold on.
Come and move that in my direction. So thankful for that.
Representando para mi latino aquí conmigo esta noche.
Yeah. Oh, you are my sunrise on the darkest day. Got me feeling some kind of way. Make me wanna savor every moment slowly.
Hold on.
Slowly. Despacito. Quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído. Para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito. Quiero desnudarte a besos despacito. Firmo en las paredes de tu laberinto. Y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito.
Tu pelo quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, I'm DJ Metro and I'll be back.
Please welcome the president of the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I stand before you as the president of National Action Network. We do not endorse candidates, but we report where candidates stand on criminal justice, economic empowerment, health equity, and other issues. On one side of this race is Donald Trump, a fellow New Yorker I've known for 40 years. Only once in that time, did he take a position on racial issues. He spent a small fortune on full-page ads calling for the execution of 5 innocent young teenagers. Well, I'm gonna bring them out in a minute, and you'll hear from them tonight. Because they were not executed, they're here to continue to fight. But it was there that I saw Trump love to fan racial flames. On the other side is a woman that I've walked with in Selma, Alabama to commemorate the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. Kamala Harris spoke to me that day about unity and passing bills
all I ever heard from Donald Trump was how he can get an advantage. I see one candidate who wants to protect the right to vote, while the other has tried to cook up 11,000 votes in Georgia. I see a candidate who, with Joe Biden, brought leaders to the White House to confront violent hatred, running against a man who said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people. I see a candidate who has sought to reform and uphold the law, and a man who wrongly assumes his mugshot appeals to black Americans. I worked with Kamala Harris. In every job she's had, she has consistently committed to making government work for those of us who've been disadvantaged. All Donald Trump has been consistent about is making himself richer and sowing division to get that done. This man sat right here in Chicago a few weeks ago, refusing to apologize for claims that migrants were taking black jobs. Well, in November, we're going to show him when blacks do their job. And we are going to join with whites and browns and Asians, and we're going to do a job on those that have done a job on us. Tonight, we are going to realize Shirley Chisholm's dream. "52 years ago, I was one of the youth directors in her campaign for president. And 52 years after she was told to sit down, I know she's watching us tonight as a black woman stands up to accept the nomination for President of the United States. We have fought too hard for women to be told to get out of the kitchen. We are now on our way to the Oval Office. We won't go back. We fought hard. We fought hard for LGBTQ loved ones to get out the closet. We won't go back. We fought hard for the right to choose, the right to education. We suffered and died and bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back. So we must be committed, no matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what the amount of money they have. We are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we vowed tonight we won't go back. This November, we will go forward to fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation. And let me say, as we transition, I'm a preacher. And in Psalms it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. We've endured.
Good evening from the United Center.
Great to have you with us. The last night of the Democratic National Convention is underway, and we begin with some breaking news. If you believe TMZ, Beyonce will be performing tonight. We've been hearing it all afternoon. I think everyone believes it at this point.
Well, actually, some of our sources were kind of hearing rumblings of it like a couple weeks ago, but of course, we're not going with that until we had something more official. We did hear a mic check that made me, not from her, but some other people that made some of us think that it could be her.
Right.
And now, at least according to TMZ, it is confirmed.
Speaking of hearing a mic check, Jose, are you hearing something
we're hearing,
in our? There's like program is in our ear that's not. Oh,
yes.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you, Taryn, or whoever's in the booth.
Take you down to the convention floor, a live look. We have a slate of musical guests tonight. So, of course, Beyonce. Right now, you're hearing from a speaker, the Reverend Al Sharpton. The Dixie Chicks, or actually now they go by the Chicks.
Yeah.
They will be performing the national anthem. Pink, we heard her doing a sound check a short time ago. And as we just said, Queen Bee looking like she will be singing as well. Meanwhile, at Soldier Field, Common is scheduled to perform right now. Who knows? Maybe his significant other, Jennifer Hudson, great singer in her own right, will be with him. The crowd will also be able to watch Kamala Harris's speech on the big screen.
Former Illinois Congressman and former Republican Adam Kinzinger is set to speak tonight. He's got a prime spot, just I think third to the last, along with Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Senator Mark Kelly, who was considered as a running mate for Harris, will take the stage, as well as his wife, former Congresswoman and gun violence survivor Gabby Giffords. Right now, protesters are gathering to make their voices heard on this final night of the DNC. We have a live picture where demonstrators have now left Union Park. We're going to hear from our Sara Molina coming up in just a few minutes.
And we did want to mention, as we were just speaking, you could hear loud cheers joining Reverend Al Sharpton on the stage, the Central Park 5. That has quite a significant aspect as we talk about all the issues that the Democrats are in line with, and the equal rights, against racism, of course, and freedom has been the theme, and they've been talking about freedom over body choice. Diversity is a big theme as well.
Well, and it's also a shot across the bow of former President Trump, as well, as we know, with the Central Park 5. We want to bring in a couple of guests now, actually one of two. Our second will be with us in just a second. Congressman from the suburbs, Sean Casten and Brad Schneider. Brad Schneider apparently waiting for an elevator. He got hung up.
It's a popular night. Everybody is waiting for an elevator somewhere in this building.
Right.
It absolutely is. So tell us how you're a super delegate. So how's it gone for you so far?
So this is my first convention, and it is just, the enthusiasm is so infectious. I mean, we went. The start of, 4 weeks ago, everybody was saying, like, where's the vibe going to be here? What's going to happen? And through this event, every night there's more people saying, can you please get me a ticket? Can I volunteer? Can I help drive someone around? Can I do something to be a part of this? Last night I was at an event where it was a musical event, and the host said, Common is saying he will perform if we can give him a space because he wants to be here, and they didn't have the space for it. Like, that's sort of the vibe in the room right now, right? It's just wonderful. Like, everyone's got this sense of FOMO, like, you feel like you're making history. I was telling people, in 2 years we're going to celebrate our 250th anniversary. And how inspiring is it to say I was a part of making the 250th anniversary of the day that our founder said all men are created equal, to have a black woman presiding over that moment. Like it just, everybody wants to be a part of that, and it's a special moment.
Okay, so one of the big speakers that we heard from last night was Oprah Winfrey. She was speaking directly to independents. She talked about how she is one, and how there are so many who don't want to vote for Donald Trump and are trying to make a decision here. Let's talk about how you were able to get in office, specifically because in the suburbs, where a lot of times you may have more of your GOP voters, what do you think it takes to keep a Democrat in office about where you are?
So my theory of the case has always been that if you talk about bipartisanship in the sense of the voters, there's a tremendous amount of agreement among people. You ask people, like, did the right side win the World War II? Did the right side win the Civil War? Was the Enlightenment a good thing? Do we want our schools to be safe? Do we believe that everybody should have equal opportunity? Those are very bipartisan values. If you frame that instead of saying, well, I'm going to demonize this person because of the letter after their name, that doesn't work, right? And I think what happened when we had that wave in 2018 was a lot of people saying, we're not asking what party your affiliation is. We're asking what your values are, and just asking you to go and coordinate and say, I think we share the same values. You saw it from Tim Walz last night. Like, Tim Walz's values, once upon a time, a lot of that was the traditional Republican values. And as the Republican Party has really been captured by their extremist fringe, they've abandoned that middle group who's been left lonely. We're going to see Adam Kinzinger,
right?
Look, I served with Adam. Nobody would confuse him for. He came in with the Tea Party wave. No one would confuse him for being, someone who was a lefty by any stretch, but he got abandoned by his own party, right? And I think a lot of people felt that way as well, and feel empowered to be a part of something that's a little bigger.
Yeah, okay, Congressman Snyder is joining us, and as we get him mic'd up here, let me ask you about the drum beat. And it was a steady drum beat and a growing louder drum beat for President Biden to step aside, and you were part of that drum corps, if you will. I think at a point where you spoke out, we had all seen the debate and couldn't unsee it, and I think it became more and more of an issue. When did you decide to speak up as you did?
Well, so, I think there were a lot of us. Number one, I speak for all of the Democrats, unbelievably tremendous respect for Joe Biden's competence as a president, for what he accomplished. He will go down in history as one of the most effective presidents. The question was, is he going to run an effective campaign that's going to make sure that works? And I think a lot of us were I was very much of the view that was a family conversation, not an outside conversation. And as those family conversations were moving on, I think a lot of us felt, in a very bittersweet sense, that we needed to start to use our outside voice, but make it abundantly clear that this was about putting us up in a position to succeed. And for the purpose of democracy, and I just have tremendous respect that Joe Biden, regardless of your profession, if you spent your entire career doing something and you're good at that thing, to step aside and to hand that torch over and set it up, it's just so much grace and so much dignity. And I think in the short term, we can get caught up in the moment, but history is going to look just so fondly on his legacy.
Well, as we mentioned, our second panelist has now joined us, Brad Schneider. Thank you for taking the time, waiting in the lines, of course, for the elevator. We were talking right before you sat down about how everyone really wants to be in the room, and there's been a lot of momentum in terms of, sort of surrounding this candidate. And whereas maybe 30 days ago, we might not have seen an audience like this, now we have packed hallways, packed elevators. I just want to get your thoughts on this momentum, especially going into the final night of the DNC.
I think we would have had a full house if President Biden was at the top of the ticket, but it would have been a different sense, a sense of purpose that we're going to have to do everything we can to get across the finish line in a race that was going to be very different than what we have now. And as Sean said, President Biden making the hardest choice anyone could possibly make to, after 50 years of serving his country, say, my time has come to pass the torch and bring in the next generation. By doing so, he's unleashed a level of energy that I don't think anyone anticipated what we would see. So we have a full house, as we would have had otherwise, but we have a house with a level of energy that is literally lifting the roof. And we have, not just here, but across the country, people excited to go out and knock on doors, make phone calls, talk to neighbors, talk to strangers, and say, we have a chance to determine the direction our country goes, and determine that it's a direction that embraces joy, for one, that's what you're seeing here, but embraces the ideals and values we cherish as Americans versus the negative story that's coming from the other side. I think it's a really remarkable thing. It's incredible to be here.
It'll be interesting to see how history looks back at this, because I think we all remember the conversations that we heard all around, that it's too late. You can't change. If he steps aside, then who? Brokered convention. There's talk of a mini primary. It was surprising, I think, to everyone how quickly the Democratic Party coalesced around Kamala Harris. And in the end, sort of proved, even Nikki Haley herself said, the first party that ditches their 80-year-old candidate is probably going to win. The Democrats listened.
Don't underestimate the deep competence in the Democratic Party, top to bottom. this is a party that was sitting there 4 years ago looking at the deepest decline in the economy since the Great Depression, the biggest spike in unemployment since the Great Depression, put a package together that turned the economy around, that led to faster growth than any other country in the world, faster collapse in inflation in the global inflation environment that was coming, passed the biggest climate bill in history, the biggest infrastructure bill in history, did that in 2 years in a divided government. Right? There is deep, deep competence. And to take nothing away from what happened, but by comparison, convincing another Democrat who's a fundamentally good person to put country first was maybe the easiest thing we've done in the last 4 years.
Sean, it was a divided government, but what we passed, the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, the PACT Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, these were all bills that were done in a bipartisan way. Democrats and Republicans working together, Democrats reaching across the aisle to say, let's put country first, let's move things forward and lift up the American people, protect American interests, and show American leadership throughout the world. And that's what we're seeing tonight and this week on stage here, is that the competence Sean talks about, deep and broad, Democrats are leading the way.
Let me just get one more question, because I think we have to let them go. But I wanted to ask about your situation where you had posters ripped out outside your office, I believe, right? There was some vandalism. What would your message be? They were pro-Israel posters that were
They were
down,
posters
right?
of the hostages that are being held by Hamas. They're as Rachel Goldberg said last night, they're people, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu. They are people from more than 20 countries. Rachel finished her remarks last night with the message, Hirsch, if you can hear me, I love you. I'm working to bring you home. Right. She had written that on the poster of Hirsch outside of my office and put it with a piece of tape. Someone tore them down. It was one person or a group of people. It doesn't matter. 2 days later, they were back up. What the message I have outside of my office, the message you saw on the floor last night, is we need to bring these hostages home, all 111, including the 8 Americans. Bring them home, reunite them with the families. Those that are alive, help them get on the road to recovery. Those that are deceased, like Itai Chen, help his family have closure and bury their son.
What would you say to the protesters who are across the street now and have been marching?
You know, what I'd say to the protesters is what you heard here all week and last night. We all want this war to come to an end. We need to bring the 111 hostages home. There were 250 hostages taken. We need to surge aid into Gaza to give the people of Gaza a chance for a future. But as long as Hamas is holding hostages, is raining terror over Gaza, threatening Israel, neither Palestinians nor Israelis will have peace. But if we can bring this war to an end, if we can get that ceasefire and ultimately move towards a plan for the region around the Abraham Accords, normalization with Saudi Arabia, opportunities for a state for the Palestinians living side by side, a Jewish democratic state of Israel with peace and prosperity, that's the future we want for the region. It's good for the region. It's good for the United States.
Brad Schneider, Sean Cassidy, thank you both for joining us.
Thank you.
And we just wanted to mention, as we've been talking, former State's Attorney Lisa Madigan was on the stage. So that's who we heard just before this. And now a performance is underway. Common right now at Soldier Field. We were talking about the overflow, and you can hear it now. We were hearing that there was a wait list. They were only allowing a certain amount of people in, but I don't know if there's a cutoff here in terms of letting people in the door. But we were hearing that everyone was going to be only on the field, not in the seats, and that there was going to be a stadium at capacity when it comes to being down there on the turf. So let's listen in.
Y'all can feel it? I feel it in the air, it's something to feel. Live and direct at Soldiers Field. You know how we do, check it out, now just follow. It's the brother Common Sense coming straight from Chicago. Yo, you know the boy from Resurrection, rocking live here on August 22nd. It's all good, yo, yeah, I ain't an amateur. My man looking in the crowd, he got his camera. Get a close up, you can get closer. I toast to my people that's here. Yo, we all here to cheer. With no fear, we know we doing it. I freestyle and I ain't even got no music with this type of thing. Yo, I be the king. I'm sorta like Coltrane, Allah Supreme. When it comes to this, yo, I love freestyling. I'm that boy that was born on a place called Stony Island. To kick to Caro. Sometimes, yo, you know I used to eat at Harold's, but right now I gotta keep it just like this. it's necessary. And I be eating at soul vegetarian. And that's how it be. I got the gift. That's the dope ass restaurant on 75th. You know how it is. Yeah, you know the time. When it come to this, everybody love me like they do the sunshine. Roy Ayers, I build and destroy players if they don't know. I'm coming from the go. How we be doing? We be on the porch outside. Shout out to the west, the north, and south side. We came to build it. Check it out, yo. I can feel them. I'ma get to being like my man Caleb Williams, the star of the team, yo. I told you it's the thing that we do. Shout out to Kamala Harris, the queen, yo.
We continue to watch the activities at Soldier Field. It's a free watch party going on right now, and they will be showing Vice President Kamala Harris's speech later on tonight on the big screen.
Now we want to go to Jermont area. Jermont area is live at a protest march that's taking place over the streets near Washington and Hermitage. Jermont, what are you seeing?
Well, right now, Erica and Joe, you are looking at the tail end of this demonstration. We are currently heading north on Hermitage. Now, Chicago Police, their tactical unit is in the back end. There's been thousands of people that have marched from Union Park west on Washington. But one thing they did not do, they did not continue towards the United Center. Right now, you can see from this viewpoint all the people that are currently at Hermitage and Maypole Avenue. They are likely heading towards Park 571. This group has been very orderly. I want to show you something. If you see in the midst, not only do we have Chicago Police in the rear of this, we also have the Chicago Police Bike Patrol. They are essentially the gate and the parameter on the outskirts. That way no one can come in, any agitators, and those who are inside, though, where the boundaries are. This group has been rallying since around 3 o'clock. They came together. Around 5 o'clock they started a rally, and then they took to the streets around 6:30. So here we are going on an hour almost, and they're still in the formation of what they've been doing. Take a look at this crowd. Thousands of people out here for the cause of what they consider to be that ceasefire and also the stop of aid by the U.S. to Israel. As the congressman and the guest that you were just speaking to was talking about, they want to make sure that their voices are heard to everyone inside the United Center where you guys are right now. They say they want action, not just to be acknowledged, but they want some action from the Democrats, they want some action from Congress, and this is why they continue to march. I had a question. I asked the question to one of the demonstrators earlier in the week, and I said, do you believe this really makes a difference? They said every time they continue to march, they believe it will impact at some point. And you can see this coalition to march on the DNC. This is a group of nearly 270 organizations. They made it very clear that this night, 7 o'clock tonight, would be their largest demonstration of the DNC. And here we are on the final night. Look at this crowd as we pan. They have been marching again from Union Park. We are now on Maypole heading west. It is very clear that Chicago Police, they will not have a repeat of what happened on Monday when some of the agitators breached that security gate. We know they put up additional gates, but not only that, look at the force of the Chicago Bike Patrol. They are here to make sure that no one comes into this crowd to be agitators, but at the same time, the people who are inside, they don't skirt out just in case some agitators were mixed inside. As we pan our camera to your left, take a look at the show of force by Chicago Police. You see those blue helmets. These are the individuals who are ready to make arrests if it comes to that. But right now, close to more than 45 minutes of marching, this group has been peaceful. They have remained peaceful, and they're just really being very clear about their message. Again, for the most part, this group said that they are going to be here because this was going to be the largest demonstration that they had of the week. And I can tell you, when they were all gathering at Union Park, I was surprised by the amount of people that just filled this park. And here we are in the 7 o'clock hour. They continue to rally and everything of that nature. But it's very clear that Chicago Police are making it clear that they will not get to the United Center and disrupt the DNC. We will continue to follow this and have details, of course, on the late news after the DNC coverage. For now, reporting along this route, I'm Jermont, CBS News, Chicago.
All right, Jermont, thank you. Meantime, back here at the United Center, some developments when it comes to safety. Apparently, the floor has been locked down. No one else is going in and out because they're at capacity. You can imagine on this last night with such big speakers, including Kamala Harris, big name entertainment coming. There is a lot. There are a lot of good reasons why people want to be here. And unfortunately, though, at this point, we don't know how long it'll last, but at least for right now, no one else is being allowed onto the floor.
Joining us now is CBS News Chicago security expert Phil Andrew. Phil, it's good to have you as always. As we look back at this past week, what would you say are your thoughts? I mean, I think we heard so much on the way in, concerns, talk of 68. There was a lot of it. It seems like it's been very well handled, especially by the police superintendent, Larry Snelling.
The amount of preparation and coordination that's gone into the security effort is really paying off. You know, knock on wood that this is going to be a big night. Certainly the protesters have said that they are wanting to produce their largest crowd. But as you can see, the CPD is moving in coordination, and they've got all of their partners, the state police, the county, their federal partners, including the FBI. And this is a really well-coordinated security operation you're seeing right now.
Phil, yesterday or earlier this week, there was a protest where they actually had what we're calling marshals. This was the Chicago Coalition for Justice, and this was a way that they had some of their own people try and de-escalate when there was specifically one man who was climbing up on platforms and on poles, and as there was an interaction with police, a member of that group in vest stepped in and was able to get that person down. Have you heard of this in terms of protests before, and what do you think is the significance of having that, especially from a group of protesters who are really trying to get their message heard?
Well, how smart of that protest organization to have their own sort of security, providing for some guidance and support for those that are stepping out of line to keep the police from having to interact. But this actually isn't the first time. Here we have violence intervention workers in the city right now, the CVI workers that have been dispersed. And we actually saw this a lot of during the Black Lives Matter protests. I can think of several cases in Philadelphia and here in Chicago where there was great coordination with police commanders and protest leaders to make sure the protesters were safe and that they were easily identifying outside agitators that put that peaceful protest at risk.
Hey, Phil, while we have you, and we just mentioned, Irika told you about the lockdown on the floor right now. This is not unusual, I'm guessing. I know that in Milwaukee at the RNC, they only allowed you on the floor for a certain amount of time. Does this have to do with maybe a speaker who's coming up, or is this a fire marshal thing? What is it?
It's a little of both, right? That they are at maximum capacity there. They have to take care to maintain for any kind of safety emergency, not just a security-related one. So this is part of a procedure for any kind of large crowd. And given the increasing level of the number of dignitaries there, they are going to be just increasing that and trying to slow that traffic that's moving in and out to the greatest ability.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. I guess we're going to ask you to stand by there, and we'll keep an eye on this protest, and we know we'll ask you to chime in as needed. Thank you.
Now we want to turn to our two guests, one of them new. Thank you so much for joining us. We're talking about Attorney General Kwame Raoul and our longtime contributor now. Can we say that?
Sure.
Former Mayor
We've been through the war together, yes.
Haven't. All right. I want to start with you, Attorney General. So we're on the final night. And from your vantage point, being here with the energy, what are your thoughts of what needs to happen tonight to send that message not just to the delegates, but for all those undecided, independent? In those videos, they've had people who were former supporters of Trump who are now trying to make a big decision. What needs to happen tonight?
Well, I think we've seen some of it happen already. There's a clear contrast between the two candidates, notwithstanding misinformation, mischaracterization. We have a candidate who has been a prosecutor on a local level, a state attorney general, and we have somebody who's done the opposite, violate the rule of law, whether it's civil violations or now he's a convicted felon.
Mayor, let's ask you about something we talked about earlier in the evening, and it has to do with the security protocol around this event.
Yes.
There are going to be people in neighborhoods who feel like, why is all of this attention being paid to these neighborhoods while this is happening, but not every day of the week? And I guess my question would be, that's question one. Is number two, do you think CPD and the mayor have learned something through this, through their resources and how they've used them to maybe help proceed with a better strategy to fight crime?
Well, look, I think Walter Burnett, and I'm going to borrow from what he said earlier in the week, he works hard every single day to make sure that his residents are heard, to make sure that their needs are taken care of. So I think he's said things are fairly calm and he's not hearing a lot. And I think the way that this has been staged with advance warning and notification to the residents has really helped them understand what was happening. No neighborhood, I don't care where you are, wants something of this magnitude with street closures and all these new people coming in to be sprung on them. This has been a conversation that's been a year plus in the making, and I again have to credit Alderman Walter Burnett, whose ward we sit in, for really doing what's necessary to let his residents know and give them advance warning. So I think that has helped a lot. You know, and when I look at what CPD has done this week, I think that they have learned the lessons from the summer of 2020. We hadn't had those kinds of massive protests all over the city, maybe ever, but certainly not since 1968, not since the riots, but even then, it was primarily localized on the west side. What we experienced in the summer of 2020 was everywhere, every day, for weeks. So if you don't learn lessons, of course they have. New training, new protocols, making sure that everybody's got body cameras on and those things. So you're seeing the lessons of the summer of 2020 play out in what's happening on the streets today.
I have a question for both of you along the lines of safety. So we were talking about Superintendent Snelling and how he's not just sitting back in the offices, he's right there on the front lines making the arrests, and it seems to send a message to the rank and file, is what we were hearing before. But also going forward, is there more visibility that could be done, not just during the DNC, for him, perhaps, that would give residents more confidence that, you know, they are being considered?
Well, I can tell you from my own perspective, Superintendent Snelling has been an incredible partner. He cares about the morale of the officers, but he has the benefit of having trained many of those officers. So he's a national expert on use of force, and we've engaged with the Chicago Police Department in preparation for this and make sure that their approaches were constitutional. And the important thing that I want to raise about public safety and bringing Kamala Harris to the point where we can call her Madam President is part of the effectiveness of the police force today is not just Chicago police. It's the collaboration with Homeland Security, with Secret Service and state police, and we have to be force multiplying. It has to be one team concept and collaboration, not only during DNC, and it doesn't happen only during DNC. I can tell you for sure the Attorney General's office collaborates with all of these agencies, federal, state, and local.
Okay, Mayor.
Well, and I'll give credit again to the Attorney General. The work that you did in really setting up a task force, particularly on retail theft, as we were seeing those challenges over the summer of 2020, that work and that collaboration has really paid dividends to the city of Chicago for sure and the surrounding area. But you've got to have that collaboration. You've got to have leadership. The Attorney General has really shown that leadership that's made concrete differences in the lives of residents and business owners here in our city.
Can I just quickly, Kwame, get you on the work you've done to try to attack this problem of retail theft? I know that's something you're proud of.
Yeah, so again, and thank you, Mayor. It's about collaboration. We collaborate with U.S. Secret Service on some of that. We collaborate with Homeland Security and the FBI on some of that. Certainly, the Cook County Sheriff's Office, if you've seen their presence
on Michigan Avenue,
and River North generally, it's all about collaboration. Leo Schmitz, who was the chief of police for the Cook County Sheriff, he and I are talking every week, and there's a collaboration.
So one more question, and this in the midst of talk about whether Governor J.B. Pritzker is going to run for a third term. Oh, what's this?
He knows it's
what's
coming.
This look over here?
We
All
ask
right.
everyone.
Yes. So would you ever want to be in that office? Could you see yourself running for governor, even mayor?
Let me tell you, today is Thursday and tomorrow is Friday, and on Friday I'm going to be Attorney General, and I'm going to be focused on the
How about
responsibility.
2 years from
now? I've always said that if there's an opportunity to do something in the future, the best way to put yourself in a position to do it is do the job that you're in currently, and that being Attorney General is a heck of a job. It's the best job I had in my life. If you ask Bill Clinton, who spoke, was that yesterday? I might get my days confused. He always says the best job he ever had was Arkansas Attorney General. And he was the President of the United States.
We've had some very interesting answers to the questions this week.
We have. And expressions.
Thank you both very much. I know
Thank
we'll be
you.
seeing you again soon,
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Take a live look now at the Democratic National Convention floor, and we're going to listen into a little bit of what's happening right now on climate change.
Lost.
I'm Maxwell Alejandro Frost, and I'm proud to be the first member of my generation in Congress. I'm also proud to represent Central Florida. You might expect me to talk about how climate change will impact our future. But as a Floridian, as a Florida man, I'm here to tell you that the climate crisis isn't some far-off threat. It is here. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance think they can divide us by saying this crisis is some type of hoax. But I've walked the streets of communities that have been forced to rebuild after hurricane flooding destroyed their homes. I've heard the stories of immigrant farm workers made to work in horrid conditions exacerbated by this crisis. And I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with our movement and with organizing and an administration that cares, we are making progress. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have proven that tackling this crisis creates jobs, that investing in clean energy protects our health, and that investing in mass public transit builds strong communities. And we must always remember that peace is essential to our climate and war destroys our environment. This election is about every drop of water that we consume and every breath we breathe. Fighting the climate crisis is patriotic. And unlike Donald Trump, our patriotism is more than some damn slogan on a hat. It's about actually giving a damn about the people who live in this country. Because when you love somebody, you want them to have clean air. When you love somebody, you want them to have safe drinking water. And when you love somebody, you want them to have a dignified job. And so, America, it's simple. Let's get to work and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for our planet, for our future, for our present, and for our people. God bless.
We've been listening in to Representative Maxwell Alejandro Frost of Florida talking about climate issues there. Really getting a loud response, a good response from the crowd.
And the DJ's back at it. So the United Center, not the only place that will be full of energy on this big DNC night.
There is a big bash at Soldier Field with some big names on tap. We've already seen Marie, one of those, Common out there doing a freestyle.
Yes, energy with a capital E out here. I want to give you a look at the crowd inside. I would say the southern third of Soldier Field this evening. A crowd that is thrilled to be here for this free watch party put on by Go Shy Life. It's an organization that promotes the arts and community across the city. They say they wanted to have this watch party and have it be free for people who live here every day of the year in Chicago and can't necessarily be in the UC. So they will have on the Jumbotron here, Vice President's speech a little bit later this evening. We're getting some breaks right now from Common. He gave us a few songs earlier. I think he's going to be back. They also have another great party band. It's the House Shy, and I listened to a few of their segments on their Instagram page, a few of their songs. They're great. They're performing at 9, so it's only going to get rowdier in here, which is exciting. And the energy is high, not only because it's fun, but because tonight is important. If you'll follow me, I'm going to take you onto the concourse. Excuse me, sir. We're going to come right by. It's busy. If you'll follow me, we're going to come here. We're going to chat with a woman I met this evening. Her name is Kathy Chenaults. Excuse me, Miss Kathy. Hello. Thank you for being with us, and thanks for following us along. We're here in the concession area, but I wanted to hear you loud and clear when I talked to you about why it was important for you to be here tonight.
It's important for me. We haven't been this lively in years, and this is all about unity, so I needed to be here, not just for me, but for my granddaughters and their daughters. They need to know anything is possible. Anything and everything is possible. You put your mind to it, anything and everything will be possible. Right is right, wrong is wrong, and we have to follow that path, because if everybody's all angry, mad, we can't hear each other. Right now, today, at this moment, I met people from California. I met people from on the west side. I left people from Michigan. It's a lot of people that's here. And it's not because I'm black. They're white, they're purple, they're green, or whatever. We're all getting along, and I have not seen that and not felt that. Look, I've got goosebumps. If you can see my daughters, I'm getting goosebumps.
I believe it.
I just want to be here. I just want to be here for my granddaughters, and especially for my mom, because like I said before, she was so proud of Obama. She would have been over the top of the moon. She'll be sitting on top of Soldier Field for Kamala. We just so happy and so excited. This is just love here. This is just love. You see all these people looking around?
I think those are your adoring fans.
Right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's live. It's live. I was going to ask. The testimony of being here is so beautiful, but I also saw you dancing along to Common during the light. What do you think about the performances?
Dope. Dope. Just one word, dope. You have to be here. I know he did it. I seen him on TV last night when he was in the DNC. But when he's here, he's fire. Not fire, fire. He's fire.
I think he's both.
Ooh, girl, bye. Well, Kathy, a good job. He did an amazing good job.
You did. Kathy, I so appreciate you sharing for us why it was important to be here and how much fun you're having. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the rest of the evening. And I want to can we do a quick fit check? Because I know you're proud of your the outfit tonight. We see so many people representing the Democratic ticket at this event tonight. You see her shirt saying "We're not going back," one of the slogans of the campaign. Kathy, thank you again. Joe and Eric, I'm going to send it back to you. We might get a hot dog out here as we wait for the next act to come on board. But a lot of great energy and truly a feeling of unity of people who wanted to be here and wanted to experience watching Vice President Kamala Harris accept the nomination tonight in a group of like-minded people, and many of them from Chicago.
Get your hot dog, Marie. And Kathy, boy, she gave me chills the way she was talking and how inspired she is out there. So thank you for sharing that.
They need to get her on stage.
Right? I know. You see her little turn with her outfit there?
Yeah.
Kathy was on it.
Well, let's bring in another lawyer, because you can never have enough of those, right?
Never.
I'm feeling quite inferior tonight.
We got 3 more spring breaks, Joe. That's the only reason we went.
True.
So Pat Brady joins us again now, as does the former mayor, Lori Lightfoot. And Pat, I want to talk to you just a little bit about Adam Kinzinger. And he's not only a speaker tonight, he's, I think, third to last. He's just about right before Kamala Harris.
Probably, yeah.
What does that say about how important the Democratic Party thinks he is to this election?
Well, this election is going to be won by the 9 or 10% that are undecided, and Kamala Harris needs to make the case that she's an alternative to Donald Trump. There's a lot of people that don't like Trump, but aren't thrilled with voting for a Democrat, and she has to present herself as a viable alternative. And I think Kinzinger's imprimatur on her campaign does that. And he's fought against Trump more than anybody I know. And he gets up tonight and says, listen, I've seen this guy firsthand. He tried to overthrow our government, and he should never be in the White House again. There are people like Adam and myself that just aren't going to vote for anybody that did that. So I think it's very important for him to be up there tonight.
Mayor, your thoughts on this, specifically because I know that you, in the time that you're around here, a lot of times people are coming up to you. You're getting mobbed in the hallways. But what has the response been when you talk to people who are not just staunch Democrats, but maybe independents, maybe those who are seeing these videos and listening to someone like Adam Kinzinger and trying to make a decision?
I do think the former Trump officials, appointees have had a real impact. And I think Pat's right that for those Republicans, frankly, who are looking for a home, those independents that are looking for a home, when they see that number of, you see one or two, that's not unusual in conventions in years past on both sides, but the parade of people who work directly with former President Trump were senior aides, close aides, and are saying this man is a danger, he's a threat, he cannot get back in. Here's a home for you. You're voting to save democracy. I think that message is really resonating with people out there who probably are like, I've never voted for a Democrat before, but recognize that this is the time to break with tradition, not stay home, but cast a ballot for our country, for our democracy.
And it's almost, if you're like me, you're catching grief from Republicans for not supporting Trump, which I never have. And Adam's done it in spades and had death threats. But to me, it's just a bright line. You tried to overthrow our government. You've been indicted for it. I read the January 6th report. What he did, nobody should ever get near that White House that did what he did. And for some reason, it's kind of lost on people. But that's the worst thing that's happened. He makes Nixon look like a misdemeanor guy, the stuff that he did. And he should never, ever be near that White House.
Pat, there are Republicans, I'm sure, who think that you're just absolutely wrong about this. And
well, you know what? I'm basing that on, I actually have read the indictments and I read the January 6th report. So they can have their opinion. But to me, I think you are, as an elected official particularly, if you are not paying attention to that and doing the right thing on this, then you're shirking your duty. You cannot support this.
Well, we were laughing with Rodney Davis the other day about how you were no longer welcome in the Republican Party, and same goes.
I've been kicked out of a lot of places.
He said he's not welcome in a lot of places, including my house. But I guess my question is, what does this say about the Republican Party, Pat? And if they're going to cast aside an Adam Kinzinger who voted with Trump more than members of the Freedom Caucus because he wouldn't get in line with Trump.
But look at
where does the party go?
Well, it's a great question, but look what happened in Milwaukee. We were up there. There was no no Paul Ryans, no George Bush, no former. It's the cult party there. And when he's gone, and I think he's going to end up losing this thing, when he loses this thing, I think the party will get back to. This is not, the Republican Party is not the traditional Republican values that I grew up with, not the Reagan-McCain kind of party. I think when he's gone, we can get back to it. If not, the Republicans are going to be irrelevant.
So, Mayor, you hear that. He just said you think he's going to lose this at this stage.
Today I do. Listen, there's irrational exuberance in this hall right now on this race. This is a very tight race, but she's turned it around in 4 weeks.
No.
Tonight, if she can keep it going, I think she can. And the betting odds are on her too, but we've got 70 days to go.
Yeah, 70 days, and it took 30 days for us to see this change after President Biden stepped down. Are you as optimistic about that coming out of the convention?
Well, look, I'm always cautious. And, you look back on recent elections where Democrats have been viable. If people take things for granted, if they assume the end, like, frankly, in my race the last time, in Hillary's race in 2016, and I'm not trying to equate the two, all this enthusiasm means nothing if people don't get their family, their friends. I was just talking to somebody in the hallway, of a very, very prominent African-American family who said, I got a cousin who is a Trump person. And those things are happening. So we've got to translate all this energy, all this enthusiasm, happiness to be together into real concrete action between now and Election Day. There's got to be a significant investment in GOTV all across the state.
I was just talking to a very smart Democratic operative out in the hallway. We were talking about this content creator thing. That might be a difference maker in this race, because I don't think the Republicans have the same influence or base that the Democrats do. And this stuff that's going on here, I think can have a big impact on the people, 35 and under.
Yes.
Well, on that note, that's actually what we're about to go to now, right, Joe?
Yeah, just on the way out of this, it's important to point out that Pat Brady has taken his own path before. He's the only state party chairman of the Republican Party to vote or support same-sex marriage.
It's a no-brainer. It's like Tim Walz says, it's none of my damn business. And that's what conservatism used to be until it got hijacked by the social conservatives. It turned the party in, and it started in the mid-'90s. But, why would you care what somebody does, who you love? That's your own business. That used to be the conservative philosophy.
No, I mean, if I can just this last note, the Republican Party now looks nothing like the Republican Party that Pat grew up in. My closest mentor, Ty Fainer, the former Attorney General, a Republican through and through. I don't recognize who these people are, and I think many Republicans don't.
Well, Mayor, Pat, stay with us.
I guess my Republican card just got yanked.
That happened a long time ago.
Yeah.
The Republicans still talk to you. That's what's amazing.
We talk to everybody.
But you gave us a perfect segue because actually, just to give you a little background here, we're up here on what we call the penthouse level, and the halls are full of influencers.
Mm-hmm.
Social media content is major.
I've been telling them about the 80s.
Oh my goodness, that's great. Well, for the first time, the DNC actually credentialed hundreds of social media content creators as they try to tap into a different audience.
So what did the creators think of this new program? They talked with our Sara Machi.
Beside the news cameras and delegate seating, a space for something new.
They looking. The people are looking, they're engaged, and they're saying we're proud of you.
Southside Chicago resident Samantha Lampkin tapped to be one of more than 200 content creators at the DNC.
I mean, some of these folks literally have tens of thousands, if not millions, of followers. You'd be crazy not to try to tap into that.
We were there as former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot walked the blue carpet with creators this week. And she says credentialing allows the DNC to know what kind of audience each creator taps into.
Well, you got to vet them, right? Because everybody who's got a microphone, an iPhone, or whatever isn't necessarily doing work for good. But there's definitely ways in which you can see what their content has been and whether or not it aligns with your.
The thing about the DNC is if you're just waiting in the creator lounge, someone will tap you on the shoulder for a cool opportunity. Hi!
For Nadia Okamoto, whose account focuses on female reproductive health, there is a clear link between her content and the party's platform.
I had the chance to interview Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and I've looked up to her for a really long time. She is actually the governor who signed the tampon tax to come down in Michigan, so I've looked up to her for a really long time. And then we took photos. We've also been doing press interviews.
Well, Sarah's joining us now, and of course the mayor's with us. We saw her in this piece on the blue carpet, and you talk about, the influencers. They know who you are, Mayor. They were looking for you in the hallway. So while for a lot of us, these influencers seem like they're in their 20s, some of them are, so young, there is some level of awareness about political issues and leaders in Chicago.
Yeah, they were very eager to speak with you.
Well, that's good to hear. But what's really impressive is that not only have they created this platform and frankly a career for themselves by really tapping into, I think, incredible interest by young people in all sorts of different forms of consuming news and information, they're still up to date. So when you think about the importance for them to be able to reach audiences, potentially sway voters, it's brilliant on the part of the DNC to say, let's tap into that energy. And the fact that they're willing to come here, and I think, frankly, there was a waiting list of people to get on the creators list here. This is going to be a standard part of conventions going forward, no question.
Every single content creator that I talked to said that they were really happy with the level of access that they had and that they hope it comes back in 4 years, and they hope that they are here in 4 years because they have already found this experience to be so rewarding, so enriching, and then they're just wanting to take part of it more. And you mentioned the fact that they push these things out so quickly. We work for 8 hours sometimes for a minute's worth of content. They may talk to you for 5 minutes, and 5 minutes later it's on for a 30-second clip. And something that somebody brought up today is a lot of these viewers of social media, so a lot of millennials, but particularly Gen Z, they are waking up first thing in the morning scrolling their phone.
Oh,
They're
100%.
going to bed, last thing they do is scroll their phone. So for the DNC to have the opportunity to see them first thing in the morning, last thing before they go to bed, it's just really powerful.
This is the new public square.
Yeah.
And they are doing, I think, an amazing job. And you're 100% right. Unfortunately, too many of our young people are their heads down in their phones. But you've got to face the reality of the power of social media. And hopefully this is content that will get people energized, get young people in particular engaged in democracy. Democracy is a participatory sport. We can't have them sitting on the sideline.
Yeah, and one thing that I talked to each person, I asked them, have you already seen the results of being here this week? Have you seen your numbers increase? And they said, absolutely.
That's amazing.
Every single one saw engagement go up. They saw their numbers go up. They saw the time that people had been watching. And it's also important, some of these creators do turn things out right away, but some of them may hold on and have more of a high-end production value. So they may not hit for another week, 2 weeks, or even a month from now. And then everything that has been happening here at the DNC continues to just live on.
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all about traditional legacy media, what their view of us is?
Yeah, I did. Samantha, who's in the piece, she actually has a journalism background. She was a reporter for ages and then has now transitioned over into digital content. And she said that she was worried as a content creator that she wouldn't have the same level of access, but she was really impressed by what she got. And then she said she thought she would learn from the content creators and that they would learn from the traditional. And she said she absolutely saw it.
This is so fascinating, and I will admit there is an influencer that I follow, mostly like design, that type of thing. I opened my feed, and she was one of the first speakers, this first social media influencer that was talking about fertility issues at the podium.
Wow.
And so that, just firsthand, I'm starting to understand the value in that they reach such a wide audience.
Walking through the halls, I saw a lot of familiar faces. Maybe don't always know the names, right? But I'm like, oh, I know you.
Well, thank you, Sarah, for that report.
That was interesting. Yeah, thank you. We're going to listen in right now to what's happening because I think it's the Bears drum line.
Oh, yes.
Leslie Hairston has been known to show up in several places during this convention. I almost expected to see her in the drum line.
I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, sorority step. We both know this, right? AKA, like, yeah.
I mean, I could have done the drum. Now, I might not have been able to move. It's one or the other, but not both.
All right, what have you been able to find out? Is Beyonce coming for sure?
That's what I hear.
Yeah? What about the other one?
I haven't heard anything yet. They closed the floor, so they're not even letting delegates on. And the line everywhere. So I'm going to all of my sources and trying to get something, but we should have something soon.
I'm hearing Lil Jon again here, right?
Oh.
So that was one of the elements that really made the roll call pop tonight or the other night. And it seems like every time, and they've got the American flags out, the house band and the DJ, but they are playing To the Windows, to the Wall. And that encapsulates it perfectly in terms of just how many people are in here. And
oh, it's very, very, very full. And by the way, can we just give a quick shout out to the ASL sign language folks?
Yes.
I was down near them earlier tonight. They're doing a heck of a job. And I also want to give a little shout out to Rachel Arfra, who's the commissioner of the mayor's office for people with disabilities. She was a big part of the bid and making sure that this was the most accessible convention ever. And I think she's done, and her team have done a fabulous job.
But she and her team have done an incredible job all along. I sit on one of her advisory committees, or I did, but just in terms of making our airports more accessible and everything that we see around the city. I ran into her yesterday and got a chance to say hello and to thank her.
Well, here's another Beyonce song right now, huh?
From her most recent album.
And look at you getting the Beyonce reference. I love it. I love it.
Well, he
Cowboy Carter.
Taylor.
Let's go.
He missed James Taylor, so, you know, he's got
you
to
miss
do
James
this
Taylor.
now.
Mayor, what do you expect tonight? Because it feels like they may have to make some roof repairs tomorrow to the United Center.
Listen, people started getting here early afternoon. Yeah. I was traveling through the Loop at around 2 o'clock, and the delegates were lining up at that point to get on their buses. There's a tremendous amount of excitement for this big night. I think there's always excitement for the last night, but this feels like something very, very different. It is packed in here. There literally is not a spare seat in the House. So, you know, I'm a little nervous for the vice president because all the hype getting up to this has got to be the biggest speech of her life. It doesn't have to be. It's got to be solid. And frankly, follow the lead of Governor Walz, short and sweet and to the point. The energy is here. They're going to embrace her. We got a lot more work to do.
We're showing some pictures there of you with Kamala Harris, and I know you've told us before about how a couple of interactions, how you were really touched by the fact that she called you.
Yes.
This was just a few months ago when your mother passed.
Yes.
And she has always been, you said, straightforward and connecting with you in various ways.
Well, look, I have a great love in my heart for the vice president. We got to know each other as she was campaigning for president, maintained a really strong relationship when she became vice president. And look, she knows how important mothers are to each of us. And the fact that she took the time to call me and offer condolences and try to lift up my spirits during that time period, that's the kind of thing you never forget.
Leslie, final thoughts before we hand it over to the network.
I'm just excited. Glad to be a part of this. I think that this has been an amazing experience. Reconnecting with people that you haven't seen in years. It's been a political reunion for some of us, starting anew for others of us. So it's just been really, really good, and the vibe has been good.
And Mayor, any final thoughts from you?
Well, you know, this song that's playing right now, John Cougar Mellencamp, Hometown, that really resonates with me. It reminds me of my college days, but having grown up in a small town and listening to this and the feel in the room of neighborly connectedness, it's the best.
Well, we're not too far off from the Chicks.
Yeah.
So the national anthem, they will be performing, and then, boy, I think the night is just going to keep rolling and getting more energy from there.
Well, keep it right here on CBS News Chicago. Will be your convention team and hometown, speaking of hometowns, Mayor, all night long as we wrap it up here from the United Center.
That's right. We'll be on TV. We'll bring you live coverage at 10 or, well, however far after those speeches
That's
go.
true.
Don't say 10.
It could be a late night.
That's not going to happen. And then, of course, anything else happens, we'll be breaking in to bring that to you here on the stream.
One more time, make some noise if you're having a great time with me in Chicago! I've been stumbling on good hearts turn to stone. The road of good intentions is gone dry as a bone. We take care of our own.
And we say,
we take care of our own.
One more, wait. Because if you're proud of your country and you're ready to say, Madam VP, and keep her in the White House, make some noise. With me. My name is DJ Metro from Chicago. Thank you for having me. Here we go. Knock me out. Coast to coast, easy to get anywhere. On the transcontinental overload, to slap behind the wheel. How does it feel? There's no destination too far, and somewhere on the way, you might find out who you are. Living in America, eye to eye, station. Living in America, hand in hand, across the nation. Living in America, I got to have a celebration. Right how soon? Yeah. Come on, Snoop Dogg, fat back. Many miles of railroad track. All night, the radio keep on running through your rock and roll soul. All night diners keep you awake on black coffee and a hard roll. But everybody's working.
Please stand if you are able and welcome winners of 13 Grammy Awards and the biggest selling U.S. female group of all time, the Chicks.
say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Land of the free and the home of the
Please welcome Kerry Washington.
Welcome to the final night of the Democratic National Convention. The last 3 nights have been extraordinary, and tonight we hear from our next president, Kamala Harris. Now, as I stand here, I know that there are folks on social media already saying, go back to your TV show, shut up and act. But I am not here tonight as an actor. I am here as a mother, as a daughter, as a proud union member. I am here as the granddaughter of immigrants, as a black woman descended from enslaved people. I am here tonight because I am an American and because I am a voter and because we, the people, are stronger when all our voices are heard. Look, I know that I am the one standing on this stage, but I am not the lead character in this story. You are. All of you. You are the messengers. You are the fixers. Dare I say it, you are the Olivia Popes. You are the superheroes saving this democracy. It is you, not me, who have the greatest power to convince your loved ones to vote. So, just like Michelle Obama told us, let's do something. Let's make a video. Everybody take out your phones. Everybody take out your phones. We're going to make a moment. Can somebody bring me my phone? I want to capture this historic moment and share it with the people that we love. Oh, hi! Take this video, guys. We're all going to take it together. We're going to post it to social media, text your friends, send this message out into the world. When I say when we fight, you're going to say? Are you ready? Okay, let's record. We're recording. You ready, Tony?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? When we fight, when we fight, when we fight, We did it! We did it, Joe! Thank you, Tony.
I don't get to stay?
No, you gotta go.
Bye, everybody.
Tony Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so listen. It's come to my attention that there are some folks who struggle or pretend to struggle with the proper pronunciation of our future president's name. So, hear me out. Confusion is understandable. Disrespect is not. So tonight, we are going to help everyone get it right. Here to help me are some very special guests. Thank you, ladies. Can you tell us your names?
Hello, everybody. My name's Amara. And my name is Leela, her little sister.
And what are you here to do?
To teach you how to say your auntie's name.
Okay. So, how do you pronounce it?
First, you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say la like la 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 la.
Put it together, and it's 1, 2, 3. Kamala. All right, so let's practice. Let's practice.
Everybody over here, say comma. Everybody over here, say la.
Together. For president.
Please welcome Mina Harris, Ella Emhoff, and Helen Hudlin.
Hi, I'm Mina.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Helena. I grew up in Oakland, California, in a house full of extraordinary women. My mom, my grandma, and my auntie, who showed me the meaning of service, helping her sister, a 17-year-old single mom, fighting for justice for the American people, and still cooking Sunday family dinner. She guided me, now she's guiding my own children, and I know she'll guide our country forward.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14. Famously a very easy time for a teenager. Like a lot of young people, I didn't always understand what I was feeling. But no matter what, Kamala was there for me. She was patient, caring, and always took me seriously. She's never stopped listening to me, and she's not going to stop listening to all of us.
Kamala Harris is my godmother. To me, her advice means everything. Whether it's pursuing my passions, making an impact, or finding hope when the world doesn't feel so hopeful. She taught me that making a difference means giving your whole heart and taking action.
She's fighting for economic opportunity, LGBTQ plus equality, and reproductive freedom, because we are not going back.
She's fighting for social justice, health justice, environmental justice, and she isn't alone. We're all in this fight together.
So let's keep up the fight. Let's keep up the joy.
And let's elect this extraordinary woman as our next president.
Please welcome actor and comedian D.L. Hughley.
Hey now, hey Chicago, how y'all doing? What's happening in California? Now, wait, where those AKAs at? Where they at? You know what? In 3 months, ain't gonna be no living with y'all. I can tell you this, I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years and I ain't won one debate. I'm owing $93,000. Now, of course, Trump is saying that Kamala isn't black. I guarantee you this, Kamala's been black a lot longer than Trump's been a Republican. And if he keeps sliding in the polls the way he is, the only way he can keep Kamala out of the White House is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her. Of course, Kamala's getting broad support. They got black men for Kamala, white men for Kamala, Latinos and Asians for Kamala. They even have Republicans for Kamala. Republicans for Kamala. I guess Donald Trump will finally know what it's like when you get left for a younger woman. But seriously, Kamala knows the truth about the American dream, that hard work is not enough. Hard work alone is not enough to succeed. That you need access and information and opportunity. And she knows that some folks are often denied those very things. As president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life. But I have to admit, I didn't always believe that. I mean, if you told me the 15-year-old me would be on stage supporting a prosecutor and a teacher, there is no way that I would have believed you. But because of that, I made assumptions about Kamala's record. And I often repeated them to a lot of people. Then one day, Kamala invited me to her house. She put her hand on my shoulder and she asked me to do some research. Something I had never done. Something a lot of people I know had never done before. Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search. So I did what I should have done in the first place. I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world. I was wrong, and I'm so very glad I was wrong because, Kamala, you give me hope for the future, a future where my grandchildren, Noel and Stevie, had the freedom to control their own bodies, where they have the opportunity to go as far as their wits and their talents would take them. That future, ladies and gentlemen, is possible, but only if we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States of America. I will say this to you. The best piece of advice I've ever gotten in my entire life is you don't have to know what you will do, just know what you won't. And we won't go back.
The energy in this room is electric. And you can feel it everywhere, all over the country. In the coming weeks, I want us to find ways to maintain this energy and this joy and this commitment, because there will be days when the work ahead seems impossible. And when that happens, I know what I do. I get involved. I get engaged. I ask myself, how can I be of service to my community? Because community is why we do this. Am I right? Yes, we do this for our children, for our parents, for our teachers and care workers who treat our loved ones like their own. We do this for working families who make this country thrive. We do this for the planet and for each other. We do this for justice and for peace and for democracy. And as we are about to hear, we do this for the safety of our communities.
Please welcome Genesee County, Michigan Sheriff Chris Swanson.
My job is to protect people, all people. In 2020, righteous anger spilled over into the streets of Flint, Michigan. One bad decision from either side, and there would have been bloodshed. But that didn't happen. We laid down our riot gear, and we embraced the community, and instead of hate, we chose hope. On January 6th, the opposite occurred. That day was paved with division, deceit, and denigration. Police officers were attacked that day. It could have been stopped. We need a leader who will embody what's affixed to all three sides of my sheriff patrol cars: protect, serve, and unify. Kamala Harris is that leader. As a prosecutor, Kamala Harris protected us by putting violent criminals and sex offenders behind bars. If I was in a courtroom, she's exactly the tough prosecutor that I'd want to see. As vice president, she served America by keeping us safer. And I can testify firsthand, where I come from, crime is down and police funding is up. As president, Kamala Harris will unify our country. She will bring us together because our country needs a leader who will go toe-to-toe with drug cartels and bullies. One who has already taken the oath, raised her right hand to advocate for the people. I can tell you in 2020, we were able to turn a protest into a peaceful movement by walking together. One city, one community, and one country. America, let's walk. Let's walk. Let's walk together and let's elect Kamala Harris and turn hate into hope yet again. Thank you.
We were contemplating adopting, and then out of nowhere, I got pregnant. Jordan was so much fun as a child.
When all of a sudden...
Oh my God, somebody's shooting! 3 of those rounds he aimed at Jordan. Jordan didn't deserve to die that way.
Reports of an active shooter at a high school.
These students have now lived through so many of these shootings since they were born almost.
We were praying and crying. I don't know how we're alive.
An active shooter at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Multiple children have been killed.
Most of the body's so mutilated that only DNA tests or green Converse could identify.
Trump did nothing on guns and was proud of it.
There was great pressure on me. We did nothing.
After a mass shooting in Iowa, Trump said,
I have to get over it.
You never get over it. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden refused to get over it. As district attorney, she got illegal guns off the street. As Attorney General, she took on transnational crime rings and stopped gun trafficking. As Vice President, she helped pass the most sweeping gun violence legislation in 3 decades, keeping guns out of the hands of criminals, expanding background checks, closing loopholes.
We'll finally pass red flag laws, universal background checks, and an assault weapons ban.
Kamala understands the fight we're in.
The power is with the people.
And gives people like me, survivors like me, hope.
When I worked for Every Town
Please
for Gun
welcome
Safety.
Georgia Representative Lucy McBath.
When I worked for Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, I saw firsthand the power of telling our stories. You've just heard mine, but there are many more to tell.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash, like metal folding chairs falling. 154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. Terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates, and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then, too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop, that what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too, that we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Our stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office. And we will join with Americans from small towns and big cities to keep our communities safe. And we will elect leaders like Kamala Harris, who won't just empathize, but will act.
Please welcome former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords.
I was born in the great state of Arizona. I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life, and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo! Thank you.
Don't know why, but I feel like
I had the honor of meeting Vice President Harris when I got to introduce her when she spoke at my high school about gun violence.
Parkland happened, and all I could think about is that I wanted to keep my kids safe.
On July 4th, 2022, I was next in line to walk in the Highland Park Independence Day Parade when gunshots erupted. 7 people were shot and killed, and 48 more were injured.
Vice President Harris has been a gun sense champion since she was our California AG.
We have 2 options in November. We have Kamala Harris, who has already proven her leadership in the Biden-Harris administration. They passed the first ever comprehensive gun reform in 30 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has cozied up to the NRA and the gun lobby.
I have full confidence in Vice President Harris that she's dedicated to and committed to finding a solution to end gun violence.
Please welcome 3-time Grammy-winning singer-songwriter and global pop icon, Pink.
We're searchlights we can see in the dark. We are rockets pointed up at the stars.
We are billions of beautiful hearts.
They sold us down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us?
What about all the broken happy ever afters?
What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We have problems that want to be solved.
We are children that need to be loved.
We were willing, we came when you called. But man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us?
What about all the broken happy ever afters?
What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? Sticks
stones, they may break these bones, but then I'll be ready. Are you ready? I don't want control, I want to let go. I'll be ready. 'Cause now it's time to let them know. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about us?
Global security and global prosperity depend on the leadership of the United States of America. And a strong America remains indispensable to the world. Our democratic ideals of freedom and liberty inspire billions, and our military is the strongest in the world. Our military is a force that underwrites global stability and our national security.
Please welcome Arizona Senator Mark Kelly.
Hello, Chicago. Hello, Democrats. So, President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink. Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist. We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong. Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely. What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris, has always championed America's support for NATO, for Ukraine, and for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself. Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers. If we fall for that again and make him the commander-in-chief, the only suckers would be us. Kamala Harris knows that standing with our allies means standing up for Americans. She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz. The world laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th, let's prove that America is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Please welcome former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta.
My fellow Americans, I'm proud to have served in the Army, the Congress, the White House, Chief of Staff, CIA Director, and Secretary of Defense. I've looked into the eyes of our warriors and deployed them into battle. I gave the order directing our Special Operations Forces to fly 2 helicopters 150 miles into Abbottabad at night. And by the time the sun rose, Osama bin Laden was dead. Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody. That's what our warriors do. That's what our warriors do. Our warriors need a tough, cool-headed commander-in-chief to defend our democracy from tyrants and terrorists. We need Kamala Harris behind the resolute desk. She knows a tyrant when she sees one. And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as vice president, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America. We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now. Listen to President Reagan. President Reagan, isolationism never was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments. Never. Trump tells tyrants like Putin they can do whatever the hell they want. Kamala Harris tells tyrants, the hell you can, not on my watch. She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia. She knows that protecting their democracy protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world, and he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military. Our fallen veterans are not suckers. They are not losers. They are our heroes. Kamala Harris will honor our veterans. And in Tim Walz, we will have a vice president who has served in uniform honorably for 24 years. Kamala Harris understands this moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies. It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps. Every president since World War II, Republican and Democrat, has shared the belief that America must protect democracy in the world. Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president, but one. So we face a critical choice: to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy, or someone who will disrespect our heroes and undermine our democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January, our allies will cheer our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless our country.
Please welcome Arizona Representative Ruben Gallego.
I'm a dad, husband, congressman, and the proudest Arizonan you'll ever meet. But I am even prouder to be a Marine. Rah! My mom raised us alone on a secretary's salary. I slept on the floor. I worked every job I could: meat packing, construction, making pizzas. I made it to Harvard with no money or connections. Other kids were happy because they were at Harvard. I was happy because I finally had a mattress. Then I enlisted, fought alongside my brothers with Lima 325 in Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima, but our luck ran out. We saw some of the heaviest combat of the war. And when we got home, the government failed to help us readjust. We have a duty to care for our patriots who serve our nation. For the Vietnam veteran in Buckeye who relies on the VA for his medication. For the Afghan veteran in Pittsburgh who finally got treatment for his PTSD. For the Marine in Milwaukee who relies on the benefits she earned. For my Navajo brothers and sisters who serve the Marines with me, I remember you too. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for them. Kamala Harris has delivered more benefits to more veterans than ever before, and has achieved the lowest veterans unemployment rate in history. Vice President Harris has stood up for us and our families always. Tim Walz served for 24 years. His passion for veterans earned him respect on both sides of the aisle, and he stands with us too. In fact, let me introduce you to some of the many Democrats who understand what service means, because we put country over politics. We were proud to wear the uniform, and we're proud serving our countries in city halls, state capitals, the U.S. House, and the Senate. These veterans represent the best of our country. We stand united as veterans, Democrats, and patriots to fight for everyone who serves. But politicians like Donald Trump, they don't stand with us. They call patriots like Senator McCain losers. John McCain was an American hero. Show some respect. Trump's Project 2025 will slash veteran benefits and force VA hospitals to close across the nation. Show some respect. So, for the 18-year-old who decides to enlist, for the families like mine who prayed every night that their loved one would come home, for our troops stationed thousands of miles away, for my Marines of Lima Company, let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who don't just respect our service, but revere it. Because the veterans who defended this country aren't just the reason we can sleep at night. They're the reason we can dream. And together, will fight for our veterans and everyone who served our country. Thank you.
Please welcome Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In Lansing, they call me Governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch. Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor. Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us. Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're going to have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass? I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Please welcome actress, director, and philanthropist, Eva Longoria.
Hello, Chicago! Yes! I am so excited to be here tonight. What an honor to be part of this historic moment, and y'all are part of it. Look, I have known Kamala Harris for more than a decade, and she comes from a family a lot like mine, and I'm sure a lot like yours. We were both raised knowing that no one was going to hand us anything, especially as women. That we were going to have to touch every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were going to have to work really hard. Now, she worked at McDonald's, but I worked at Wendy's. And look at us now. You see, Kamala and I were able to see beyond the horizon because our families supported our big dreams. Well, guess what? As Americans, we're all part of one big family. Somos familia. And as familia, we have to have each other's back. We have to support each other's dreams because Kamala's success is our success. And she supports us to dream big, too. So let me tell you, in the Latino community, in our community, we have a saying, sí se puede, which means yes. It means yes, we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you, yes, she can. So we're going to say, she se puede. So when someone asks you, is she ready to lead this country forward? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody says, is she qualified for the job? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody asks, is she going to be the first female president of the United States? We're going to say, she se puede. Our voices, our vote, we're going to decide this election. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country. People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate Kamala Harris. Say hello. Yes. All right. We know how to work, so let's get to work. Let's turn all of this enthusiasm and joy into action between now and November 5th. Let's go. She se puede. She se puede.
Please welcome former Illinois Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Adam Kinzinger, and I am proud to be in the trenches with you as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency. I was just a kid when I was drawn to the party of Ronald Reagan, to his vision of a strong America, the shining city on a hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label. I never thought I'd be here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us. They love this country just as much as we do. And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too, something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim. He puts on, listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican, but Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? How can a party claim to stand for liberty if it sees a fight for freedom in Ukraine, an attack pitting tyranny against democracy, a challenge to everything our nation claims to be, and it retreats, it equivocates, it nominates a man who is weirdly obsessed with Putin? And his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine." Yeah, and he wants to be vice president. Yeah. How can a party claim to be conservative when it tarnishes the gifts that our forebears fought for? Men like my grandfather, who served in World War II, who believed in a cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life for it behind enemy lines. To preserve American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to one weak man. Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first. And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. And she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too. Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal that defines us as a nation. It's the bedrock that separates us from tyranny, and when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
Please welcome lawyer, policy advocate, and sister of the Vice President, Maya Harris.
Hello, Chicago. In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Shamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her two little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now, she has created so much electricity So much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she say, that's enough, you got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Please welcome North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
Hello, America. I'm Roy Cooper, the last guy standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us. And we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids, for workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves, Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this: Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
She grew up in a tight-knit neighborhood. It was the kind of place where your neighbor would look after you when school let out, where your first-grade teacher would show up at your law school graduation. It's where Kamala Harris learned what it means to be in the middle class, making every paycheck count. She was raised by a working mom who taught her about standing up for what's right and protecting the people you love.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion.
She was all of 5 feet tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the ones she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children, and fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put dangerous gang members and human traffickers behind bars.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of a prosecutor, standing up for reproductive freedom.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to keep our children safe from the terror of gun violence.
How many of you guys had to have a drill where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter? Look at that. Look at that.
On the Intelligence Committee, she defended our nation against foreign adversaries. And in 2020, she made history as the first woman to be elected Vice President of the United States. She cast the tie-breaking vote to deliver urgent relief to the American people during the pandemic. She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and cap the cost of insulin, and led the fight to restore reproductive rights after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
Now, she's running for president, still fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people. And we are a work in progress. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us, trying to pull us apart. We know what we stand for, and we stand for the people, and we stand for the dignity of work, and we stand for freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality. And so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she believes. And that's what she'll fight for every day.
Keep on running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for president, Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up, and it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. none of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. Fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and child care for our children. America, we are not going back. And we are charting a new way forward. Forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice. I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And as President President, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. Fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world, that here in this country, anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
shooting Hail Marys, I meditate for practice. Channel 9 News tell me I'm moving backwards. 8 blacks left, death is around the corner. 7 misleading statements by my persona. 6 headlights waving in my direction. 5-0 asking me what's in my possession. Yeah, I keep running, jumping the aqueducts, fire hydrants and hazardous smoke alarms on the back of us. But mama, don't cry for me, rap for me, try for me, live for me, breathe for me, sing for me, honestly guiding me. I can be more than I gotta be, still from me, lie to me. Nation hypocrisy, code on me, driving me wicked. My spirit inspired me like, yeah. Open correctional gates in high desert. Open our mind as we cast away oppression. Open the streets and watch our beliefs. And when they carve my name inside the concrete, I pray it forever reads.
Freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Freedom, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains up on myself. Won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
When I move up
This is CBS News Chicago.
Right now, history is made right here in Chicago as Kamala Harris accepts the Democratic nomination.
We're your convention headquarters on an electric and emotional final night of the 2024 DNC.
The grand finale of DNC protests, demonstrators exercising their First Amendment right with a huge law enforcement presence ready for anything.
And a star-studded night.
I'm thrilled to be here as an American citizen.
From the United Center to Soldier Field, thousands of people watching the festivities and seeing what Chicago has to offer.
Thank you for joining us. 4 nights of the DNC here in Chicago culminated in the main event. Vice President Kamala Harris accepts the Democratic nomination.
An absolutely packed house at the United Center. In fact, the Chicago Fire Department says the arena was at capacity. They had to turn people away tonight.
Unlike the first 3 nights, tonight's program was crisp and pretty much right on time.
It certainly was. I would say even earlier maybe than we've been out all week. And it just ended a few minutes ago, as you heard, with Vice President Kamala Harris taking the stage to a huge round of applause.
When the crowd finally stopped clapping, Harris introduced herself to a huge national TV audience. She delivered a speech labeled Draft 27 that was only finalized a couple of hours before showtime. Harris focused on the election as a way to move the country forward.
She touched on the economy, reproductive rights, and the Israel-Gaza conflict, just to name a few.
I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. A president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people.
Over the past 4 days here, several speakers have taken jabs at Donald Trump.
Harris mentioned Trump by name, but avoided name-calling, instead talking at length about her opponent and how different she would be as president.
The consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election.
After the speech, the traditional balloon drop, 100,000 to be exact, all red, white, and blue. It took 75 volunteers and dozens of staffers to pull off this patriotic display.
From up here in our CBS News Chicago suite, we want to send it down to the convention floor.
Chris Ty has been our eyes down there all week and has reaction to Harris's address tonight. Chris?
My 3-year-old would love this room at this moment, Joe and Erica. We're joined by Ann Caprera. She's a delegate for the Illinois delegation and the chief of staff to Governor J.B. Pritzker. What was the vibe in the Illinois delegation tonight?
The vibes were immaculate. People were thrilled and happy. The speech by our future president, Kamala Harris, was great. And everybody was just absolutely thrilled to host all of these folks here in Illinois and in Chicago.
Overall, now we have this officially in the rearview mirror, at least after tonight, kind of, sort of.
A few more parties tonight.
What do you think the high and the low was for the week?
I mean, the high was just watching Kamala Harris on stage. Personally, the high for me also was seeing my boss, Governor Pritzker, go up there on Tuesday night. There were no lows. I got no pans for this convention, just all rave reviews.
In this section, was there the rumblings that we'd all heard about, maybe Beyonce, maybe Taylor Swift? You'd heard that, I'm sure.
I think, look, the special surprise was the friends we've made along the way, and everyone was just thrilled to be here and to see Kamala Harris accept the nomination right here in Chicago.
Ann Caprera, Chief of Staff to Governor J.B. Pritzker, thank you for your time. And so this tonight kind of, Joe and Erica, kind of splits in 2 different ways, right? You have the analysis of how did Kamala Harris do, the politics, the history-making nature of the first woman of color accepting her party's nomination in this country. And then you have the Chicago story. How did the city do? And by most metrics, I think the reviews are coming
coming in, even from those who maybe were viewing this week with a critical eye, that Chicago checked all the boxes. Was it blemish-free? No. But between the way that protesters were handled, no migrant buses coming, the weather was flawless, the run of show in here, while it ran behind on some nights, it was smooth. A pretty strong performance for the city of Chicago, as it's now in our rearview mirror. Back up to you.
All right, Chris, thank you.
Well, on the final night of the DNC, the grand finale of protests as well.
Thousands of people from here in Chicago and across the country wanted their voices heard. Our Charlie DeMar is live in Union Park, the epicenter of this movement this week. Charlie.
And Joe and Irika, while speeches just wrapped up, today was also the culmination of the protests that we have seen. Union Park, where we are now, really has been the center for these organized protests, and there were a number of them, thousands of protesters who marched for hours near the United Center tonight. It was peaceful throughout the entire night. A handful, 100 or so, are left behind here, and we have seen some officers now move in. These are the officers that we have seen making arrests throughout the week, the ones with the black uniforms, the powder blue helmets. We have seen objects being thrown at them, but again, this is still pretty calm, but it has, police have moved in within the last few minutes. But again, tonight, the final night of protests here in Chicago.
Stop funding war crimes!
On the final night of the Democratic National Convention, about 1,500 or so demonstrators gathered near the United Center, and along with calling for a ceasefire and for the U.S. to stop funding Israel, some say they're upset that a Palestinian speaker has not taken the DNC stage.
I think they're losing the election, honestly, right now, by not bringing any Palestinian Americans on stage. If they stop funding Israel and working tirelessly to end to bring about a ceasefire, they could do it.
They also need to let a Palestinian American speak, or anyone from that point of view. I mean, it only emphasizes more that the Democrats only allow Israel's point of view, and Palestinians are not going to be heard.
Ali Ahmed was arrested Monday. CPD says he dismantled the DNC perimeter fence and trespassed. We were there as he was released. Ahmed says he was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Tonight, he was back at the rally and says he has no regrets.
One day this is going to go down in history. They're going to ask you, my kids are going to ask me, what did you do for Palestine? What did you do at the DNC? And I'm not going to say that I didn't do anything.
Superintendent Larry Snelling has been among the protesters every day of the convention, and tonight was no exception.
People seem to be cooperating, and they are expressing their First Amendment rights, and our officers are abiding by that.
It's been a long 4 days. How you holding up?
You know what? It'll be good to get a good night's sleep.
And the night not quite over for Superintendent Larry Snelling, as he is still out here as the Chicago Police Department works to clear Union Park. Again, we have not seen any arrests, but of course, we will keep you updated throughout the night. We are live from Union Park. Charlie DeMar, CBS News Chicago. Joe and Irika.
Charlie, thank you very much.
All right, and as Charlie said, tonight's protests remain peaceful, and Chicago police say they had a lot to do with that.
Jermont Terry joins us now with the other set of eyes, making sure this large demonstration remains safe. Jermont?
Joe and Irika, as you saw from Charlie, thousands took to the streets, and right now we do not know of any significant incidents that took place today. Mixing that crowd, people who are working with the coalition to protest to make sure no agitators moved in. Those individuals wore bright green safety vests. Some were on the outskirts, making sure the demonstrators did not interfere with Chicago police and ensuring others did not join the march to bring a negative light to what they coordinated. Keep in mind, Wednesday night, when the demonstrator waving the Palestinian flag got onto the Green Line's platform, police originally tried to get him to safety, but the Green Vest peace workers moved in to defuse the situation. Superintendent Larry Snelling says while they are not working jointly, the peace marshals were instrumental in policing its own protesters. And right now in this 10 o'clock hour, as Charlie mentioned, we still have a few demonstrators hanging out here at Union Park. Police are still making sure that everything remains calm, and we still see those green vest people or workers hanging out to make sure that the situation stays this way. For the most part, a very peaceful demonstration tonight. Reporting at Union Park, I'm Jermont Terry, CBS News Chicago. Joe and Irika.
Thank you, Jermont.
Former President and Republican candidate Donald Trump spent the afternoon touring a stretch of wall along the Arizona border with Mexico. He promises to secure the border if he's elected again. Trump has a rally in Arizona tomorrow and promises a special guest.
Meanwhile, independent candidate for president Robert F. Kennedy Jr. plans to address the media tomorrow. There are multiple reports he plans to drop out of the race and endorse Trump, but RFK Jr. has not confirmed that yet.
Back here live at the United Center, where the Democratic Party used music, humor, and also serious speeches to try to convince voters that Kamala Harris should be the next president of the United States.
One of the last speakers to help sell the Democratic Party actually used to be a Republican, Adam Kinzinger, former congressman from Illinois, who has publicly distanced himself from his party and especially from Donald Trump.
Tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. And she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country.
Harris' Republican rival has made a habit of mispronouncing her name.
Actress Kerry Washington was joined by two of the vice president's great nieces to help teach everyone how to say it correctly.
How do you pronounce it?
First you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say la like la 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 la.
Put it together and it's 1, 2, 3, Kamala. All right, so let's practice.
Everybody over here say comma. Everybody over here say la.
Together.
More great music tonight as well. Pink got the crowd rocking with her smash hit, What About Us?
What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters?
Tonight's rendition featured a duet with Pink's teenage daughter Willow, who is an aspiring singer too. Musical genes certainly run in the family.
So much for the rumors, Erica.
Yeah, right?
Well, it seemed like Beyonce might have been a thing, right?
I mean, we were hearing it from all these different angles, different
I saw
sources.
Carrot Top in the hallway.
Oh, Pat. We'll get to you in a minute, Pat. Anyway, the rumors didn't turn out to be true, which we talked about earlier. Almost every other rumor happened.
Right.
This one didn't.
So we thought, yeah.
These two didn't.
Well, we definitely heard her music there, song after song, right there at the end. All right, our coverage of the final night of the DNC is just beginning tonight.
I'm Dorothy Tucker on the floor at the convention talking to delegates about this historic moment. I'll have that story coming up.
And I'm Marie Saavedra at Soldier Field, where they're hosting a free watch party tonight for the DNC. I'll tell you why so many Chicagoans say they wanted to be here and together on this historic night.
Hot, humid air on the move starting this weekend, and by Monday, heat indices exceeding 105 in some spots. We'll let you know if there's any relief in sight. We're back in 90.
The program wrapped up, but the floor of the United Center is still packed, and we are constantly hearing balloons popping behind us now.
Yeah, there's a live look both inside and outside convention headquarters tonight. Let's bring in our two political analysts, former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot and the former head of the Republican Party in Illinois, Pat Brady. Mayor, let's start with you. The vice president seemed like this speech was all business tonight.
Well, I think she hit all the things that she needed to. She needed to introduce herself to the country, to tell her personal story. I thought the story she told of her mother in particular when she became a single mom, how people in her neighborhood looked out for her and her sister, those were very, very poignant and sharing, and I think a lot of people resonated with it. But clearly she was also demonstrating to the world, to the United States, that she had the strength of character to be able to lead. It's a big deal that a woman is the nominee, right? We've only had it one other time before, and never a woman of color. So she was talking about, I think, her strengths as a prosecutor, standing for the rule of law, obviously, I would say in stark contrast to the nominee on the Republican side, but also speaking to what she projects as the commander-in-chief, to our allies abroad, to get them comfortable with the notion that she's not going to abandon NATO and our alliances, and she's going to continue the work of the last 3.5 years of the Biden-Harris administration. So it was a lot of red meat for the audience here and outside of the arena. I thought it was a very solid speech.
Well, Pat, do you think it was a success? I know that you've talked specifically about the different areas that she really needs to hit, not just getting people excited here, the delegates here, but out there. Did she do it?
Yeah, I thought it was very successful. She passed the commander-in-chief test. She met the moment. Actually, even to delivery, having watched her a lot, she's had some really good coaching on how to give a good speech. She met the moment. She talked about the right issues. I was sitting here as a Republican listening to her talk about NATO and Ukraine and the other issues that typically Republicans are talking about. She was talking about, and even how it dovetailed into what Adam Kinzinger said about the rule of law and doing the right thing and country first. So she's had a pretty good week and a pretty good month.
Mayor, what happens over the next 74 days until Election Day? We know we have debates ahead of us. There will probably be the October surprise we always see. Who knows what that will be? What happens over the next 74 days?
Look, I think one of the big challenges that she faced coming into tonight was what to say about the conflict in Gaza. And I think she really threaded the needle quite well. I think she was where she needed to be. Strong support for Israel. Obviously, reaffirming Israel's right to exist and to defend itself, but also recognizing that we've got to bring the carnage to a stop in Gaza. We've got to get a ceasefire. We've got to bring the hostages home. I think that's where most people in the country are, and I thought she hit that very well. That's going to continue to be an issue. But look, she's got to keep going out and convincing people that she's got the bona fides to be able to lead this country. We are still in a place in this country where women as leaders are not viewed as common fare. It's just not. I think Tim Walz, get him going everywhere. I mean, that guy is phenomenal. And I think a great asset and partner her. But it's all going to be about the turnout.
All right, Pat, quickly here.
Chicago, big winner. Chicago did a nice job, especially law enforcement. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing it here. And really, they really pulled it off well, I think.
Well, and that's the last question I have for you, Mayor, because we've talked about how it took years. This was years in the making. Yes. And now it's the end. How do you feel?
I feel great, I have to tell you. So many things came together to make this happen. It's all about teamwork. It's about public-private partnerships. The work that the folks here at the United Center did. I feel like a proud mother in some ways, having worked my tail off to make sure that we won, got this bid, laid the foundation, and the folks that knew what they needed to do to carry this home. You got to give hats off to the DNC, hats off to the host committee.
How about law enforcement? I mean, law enforcement.
I have to say,
huge hat off.
Look, I ran into a number of law enforcement leaders here in the city, particularly tonight. I think everybody was pleased with the partnership from the federal level to the state level to county, the sheriff's department, and CPD. I thought it did a really, really outstanding job.
Chicago stuck the landing, for sure. sure.
For
Mayor,
sure.
Pat, thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you, guys. It was fun.
Thank you guys. We had a lot of
Mayor,
fun.
it was fun.
We did.
Pat, always a pleasure.
All right, we're going to send it to our chief meteorologist, Albert Ramon, now tracking our weather. Albert.
Well, I think weather is a big winner too this week. That's what I think made the week so nice. Cool temperatures, low humidity, but things are changing right now. We're still going to have a nice day tomorrow, a bit milder at 84, and then we're back up to near 90 degrees, more humidity Saturday and Sunday. Not a huge chance of rain this weekend, but Saturday evening, Saturday night, lingering to Sunday morning, a window for a few passing showers, maybe even an isolated thunderstorm. And really the big headline is early next week. We're mid-90s for highs Monday and Tuesday. Monday's a big day. CPS goes back to school on Monday, and we could have dangerous heat indices. We're talking about heat indices approaching, if not exceeding, 105. Tomorrow, though, is a good-looking day. Partly cloudy skies, light south wind, bit milder as we make our way back into the 80s. There's a check the extended forecast. Right at 90 this weekend. It's a good beach weekend, good pool weekend. Got that chance for an isolated shower storm Saturday evening in particular into Sunday morning. And then watch out for the heat humidity Monday and Tuesday. Highs mid-90s. On Monday, parts of the area could have heat indices exceed 105, and then some slightly cooler air by Tuesday night. Here's Ryan.
Albert, thank you. The Stars took a seat, but the backups took care of business in KC. The Bears looking really ready after another impressive preseason performance. We'll have the highlights next in sports. Wins don't count in the standings that matter, but the Bears are taking some much-needed positive momentum into the real deal after closing out a perfect preseason in Kansas City. The Bears quarterback-in-chief sitting out the fourth and final practice game, but still making plays. A heartwarming moment between Caleb Williams and that starstruck young fan. With the starters sitting out, Tyson Bagent made a statement on the opening drive. The Plan B QB dives for the pylon and the touchdown. Second-year receiver Tyler Scott had 6 catches for 99 yards, 37 coming on this pass from Brett Rippon late in the first half to set up a Cairo Santos field goal. And just seconds later, undrafted rookie Reddy Stewart comes up with his second interception of Chiefs backup Chris Oladukin. Ready, set, go. He goes 48 yards the other way for the pick six. 20-7 Bears at the break. They go on to win it 34-21 to finish the preseason 4-0. Bring on the Titans 2 weeks from Sunday at Soldier Field. Is that ketchup on those hot dog hats? Somebody called Donnie Franks. Miguel Amaya was spraying some extra mustard at the plate in the series finale with the Tigers. In the second inning, he jacks his first career grand slam to get the Cubs on the board. Justin Steele had a season-high 10 strikeouts over 7 innings of work. He sat down the side in the 5th. In the 7th, Amaya gets a hold of another one, but this one stays in the ballpark. He gets a little greedy, though, trying to stretch it to a double. The Cubs catcher still gets credit for his 5th RBI. That's a career high. The Cubs win at 10-2 to take 2 out of 3 from Detroit and finish the homestand 4-2. The Tigers are sticking around in town, shifting to the south side for a 4-game set with the White Sox. Right now, let's send it back to the UC as we wrap up our DNC coverage. Great job, Joe and Erica.
Thank you very much, Ryan. We'll see you soon.
Coming up, our live DNC coverage continues. We talk to women attending the convention tonight about this historic moment for representation in politics.
Also, hometown star Common headlines a free watch party at Soldier Field. Why Chicagoans wanted to come together to take in the DNC grand finale.
Tonight.
Hello, Chicago! They got the feeling. They got the vibe.
Go Bears Live with Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tonight on CBS.
Well, there has been a lot of history with this election cycle and this convention here in Chicago this week. And one of the most notable tonight, new representation in a presidential candidate.
Kamala Harris is the first woman of color to top a major party ticket. Our Dorothy Tucker is on the convention floor hearing new reaction about this groundbreaking moment and talking to some familiar faces. Dorothy.
That's right, Erica. For those who packed this arena tonight, it was important to be in the room when history happened. And this was a moment. In the crowd, not only thousands of delegates and volunteers hanging on Harris's every word, but there were also TV and movie stars here, all showing the pride they feel that a black woman, an Asian person, the daughter of immigrants, is the Democratic presidential candidate.
a woman of color, rise to the position of possibly being the first female president of the great United States of America.
This is just the most tremendous miracle that God could gift us, and we have to get her over the finish line.
Kamala Harris, everything that we need to unify as opposed to being divisive. It is just a historic moment for women, for black women, for the community at large, and for the world.
And one delegate also said to me she is not only proud to call herself an American after hearing Harris's speech, but she is also proud to call the Democratic presidential candidate a sister. Joe, Erica.
Dorothy Tucker, thank you very much. An entire jam-packed United Center wanted to be here tonight to see it. Thanks again, Dorothy.
Well, from the home of the Bulls here at the UC to the home of the Bears at Soldier Field.
Yeah, there was a big watch party tonight, and our Marie Saavedra is there live now. Hi, Marie.
Hi, Joe and Erica. A few hundred people took advantage of this free watch party to watch the DNC on the big screen here at Soldier Field and enjoy entertainment. You're listening to the House Shy, this great band that is playing us out this evening. But once the doors opened at 6 o'clock, it was clear immediately that this was a celebration. This crowd made up of Chicagoans was on their feet and fast. Performances by Chicago's own Common kicked off the night, and again, the House Shy, who you're hearing right now. This watch party was put on by Go Shy Life. If you haven't heard of them, they are a group promoting arts, culture, and neighborhoods throughout Chicago, and they said that their goal was for everyday Chicagoans who couldn't necessarily get into the United Center to have the feeling of community watching this historic night together, living through this experience and sharing it, and that is exactly what they did.
We're just excited to be here, to be together, to be diverse, to be in unity, and to know that as women, we're going to make history.
The energy is dynamic, and I just want to be a part of it, to feel everybody, the camaraderie, black people, white people, all of us together.
There were two big applause moments tonight, well, many more, but two issues that really stood out for this crowd. One was women's bodily autonomy. It got a huge reaction from people here. Also, a lot of cheers and support when the Vice President mentioned the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Beyond that, it is hard to describe the emotion that we saw in so many women's faces, especially women of color leaving here tonight with a sense of joy. Many of them told me they have not felt about politics in a very long time. Joe, Erica, back to you.
Okay, Marie, thank you.
Let's take a live look outside the United Center right now. It has been a downright gorgeous week for the DNC.
And we have some late summer heat coming. Albert has your wake-up weather next.
Okay, let's wrap up this beautiful work week with one more really nice one. We'll be in the upper 50s in the morning. We make our way into the low 80s in the afternoon. The humidity comes up just a little bit, but it's still going to be low compared to what we're going to deal with this weekend. Take a look at the weekend forecast. Low 90s is expected Saturday into Sunday. A slight chance of rain Saturday night into Sunday, but we're talking about mid 90s and extreme heat indices Monday into Tuesday. Let's send it back to Joe and Erica.
All right, Albert, thank you.
Well, what will stick with you, Erica?
Well, you know, I think it's just the slate of powerful speakers. That's one. You know, we had the Obamas, and even within just hours of Michelle Obama's speech, her clips were going viral. That and the surprises along the way, the energy.
The music was great. The energy in the building, for sure. The city did a great job. There's no doubt about it, and I think it'll be remembered for a long time for its history. From all of us here at CBS News, those you see, and especially those you don't.
Our crew behind the scenes, Colbert Live, coming up next.
This is CBS News Chicago.
Right now, history is made right here in Chicago as Kamala Harris accepts the Democratic nomination.
We're your convention headquarters on an electric and emotional final night of the 2024 DNC.
The grand finale of DNC protests, demonstrators exercising their First Amendment right with a huge law enforcement presence ready for anything.
And a star-studded night.
I'm thrilled to be here as an American citizen.
From the United Center to Soldier Field, thousands of people watching the festivities and seeing what Chicago has to offer.
Thank you for joining us. 4 nights of the DNC here in Chicago culminated in the main event. Vice President Kamala Harris accepts the Democratic nomination.
An absolutely packed house at the United Center. In fact, the Chicago Fire Department says the arena was at capacity. They had to turn people away tonight.
Unlike the first 3 nights, tonight's program was crisp and pretty much right on time.
It certainly was. I would say even earlier maybe than we've been out all week. And it just ended a few minutes ago, as you heard, with Vice President Kamala Harris taking the stage to a huge round of applause.
When the crowd finally stopped clapping, Harris introduced herself to a huge national TV audience. She delivered a speech labeled Draft 27 that was only finalized a couple of hours before showtime. Harris focused on the election as a way to move the country forward.
She touched on the economy, reproductive rights, and the Israel-Gaza conflict, just to name a few.
I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. A president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people.
Over the past 4 days here, several speakers have taken jabs at Donald Trump.
Harris mentioned Trump by name, but avoided name-calling, instead talking at length about her opponent and how different she would be as president.
The consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious.